Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome to another episode of the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Since I am late today, once again, thank you, Firebot, for that. I will start by reading the comments first while we get into position for the reading. Let's see. Welcome to both Mr. User 11 and Mr. Jason. Welcome on in to both of you. Good to see you both. Hopefully you both are doing well in health and spirit, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Let's see. Other than that, Mr. Jason says, greetings, Mr. Coin. Good, sir. Thank you, thank you. The time that you very much eagerly await has arrived once again. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. Then Mr. Jason says, you've noticed something recently, Mr. Coin. None of the personal goals that you've ever set yourself are ever what people would consider to be reasonable prices to set for goals. Even getting those 6 Pokeball Plus just to have a full team's worth is 299.94 pounds in total. Yeah. That is a pretty lofty price, or a hefty price to pay for that. Yeah. I certainly wouldn't pay that much for that, but that's me versus everyone else, maybe, perhaps. Before we truly do get started, because I do not see anything on YouTube, I like to take the opportunity to thank all of the wonderful contributors in this month's cycle. I read these plaques pretty much at the start of every placards. I read these placards at the start of every stream. It is the least I can do to give back to the people that chuck change at me, which is what you have to do to be on these placards, of course. Whether through Twitch, Patreon, Coffee, or one-time donation of $2 or more. This is pretty much how you get on them. I highly recommend Patreon or Coffee for this. There's no reason to pay more than $1 or $2 just to appear on this. If you want to pay more, you're supporting Twitch, is what that is. I do not have any subscribers, patrons, or one-off donations of $2 or more. That's just to prevent spam. I don't have any of those, but I would like to thank people who have used those mediums in the past to contribute. I very much appreciate it. And then I'd like to take a moment to continue to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued Valkyrie tier membership over at Coffee. Your support really does mean the world to me, good sir. I want you to know that. I do hope that you enjoy the continued benefits that the package offers for you, including the extra vote, additional Discord benefits channels, and other stuff as well. With that, I'm going to catch right back up on chat, and then we're going to, we got bookkeeping to do. Mr. Jason says, you have very extravagant dreams, you suppose? I mean, yeah, extravagant's one way to word it. Perhaps lofty and idealistic, not necessarily pragmatic, might be another way to word it. It's all a matter of perspective, right? That's really and truly what it is. It's just perspective. Mr. Jason says, for example, Mr. Coin, the soundbar that you want that would complement your TV is literally almost as much as the TV. Yeah. It's like, didn't you say it was like 2K or like 1,300 pounds, something along those lines? I remember us talking about it. I don't know if I remember the price tag necessarily. 1,000. Okay, okay. I put more value on it than the world does. Which I guess is a good thing for me. I'm terrible with money estimation sometimes. Okay. Yeah, 999 pounds. Exact. Basically 1,000 pounds. Which is totally fine if it does what it says it does on the tin. Needless to say, last time on The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, we continued our trek into the depths, just clearing out places that we need to check out. I intend to continue that today. Then we went back onto the surface, went over here to the Gerudo Highlands, and continued very much our trek into cleaning up Korok seeds. My goal today is the statue of the 8th heroine. We have a quest for that area. It is, as soon as I can find it, the heroine's manuscript. We were told a riddle about it, and we are now actually here at the pertinent statue. The towering 8th refers to the statue of the 8th heroine. And what we need to do is shine light on it somehow. I imagine that will be made clear when we go to inspect the statue. But for now, let's start in the depth. That's pretty much it. In terms of like other bits of bookkeeping, I have begun starting to parse the Game Awards. I have begun looking into them. A lot of the conversation is around either how the Game Awards show for 2025 ended, or for, you know, Clear Obscure Expedition 33. Like, you know, should there be a cap or a limit to what kind of, like, the number and what kinds of awards a game should be able to win? I want to dig more into that personally before I offer any real opinions, because I don't know that much about the Game Awards yet. I basically started Sunday, and I listened to a bit more today while I was doing yard work. A lot of my time, I guess I could, you know, maybe show this real quick. Let me see if I can't, like, crop a, well, I'll figure out if I can like show it. Maybe it's maybe I'll need to like crop a window on my phone during break or something and show it to you that way. But I spent pretty much the large part of yesterday working on tuning up my service hours sheet for my veteran support group I'm part of. I've been trying to automate that sheet more so that all I have to do is, you know, click some tags and punch in a few numbers, not punch in every number under the sun and do the math, do the math every time. I want to automate that. So it took me 14 hours spread out in like 3 or 4 hour blocks, but I was able to get it done. For the most part, and there's like a level of manual work I'm learning to accept with that, but that's a different story. Mr. Jason says, you mean the TV was 2,000 pounds plus? Makes sense. Although that was at the very launch. Yeah, I'm sure the price has either gone up or gone down. Probably up considering tariffs, because a lot of the components, not just the tariffs, but like the rare earth minerals debacle. But between what the US is doing and what the Chinese are doing, prices are probably, not to mention AI, like prices for everything are just going to skyrocket. There's absolutely nothing that the average citizen can do other than campaign and try to get things changed. We kind of have to come together as a species if we want to change any of this stuff. Mr. Jason says, are you sure you should be doing this, Mr. Coin? This quest seems like it could tower above you. You know, I would say, you know, maybe I'm not sure, but this quest can't be any worse than 1,000 Koroks. I don't think there's a single task in this game, or in Breath of the Wild, not even the Master Sword trials, come close to the sheer agony of collecting 1,900 total Koroks spanning between the two games. Nothing is close. Mr. Jason says, also Mr. Coin on the channel BBC One in the UK, there is a show called Panorama. Okay. It's a British current affairs documentary news program which does investigations into bad practices, and the one they're looking at today is Every. Ah, yes, you've told me about that. That questionable quality courier company that you've mentioned a few times. Yup, indeed. A lot of people in the UK really do not like them. Well, I'm gonna guess that BBC One has dug up some sweet news about that. And by sweet, I mean totally disgusting, but not at all surprising news. Or, you know, maybe just, you know, the, that's like an ongoing investigation, yada yada. You know, typical things you often say. Oh, I in fact did not do that. Let me try that again. There we go, that's a bit better. Let's move this out here. So, usual deal. We're gonna spend an hour here in the depths, in case I just got too many things layered into the introduction. We're gonna spend an hour here, and then we're going to spend the remainder cleaning up Koroks and hopefully getting the shrine, not shrine. That's not a shrine. I can tell you that's not a shrine. But we're gonna be getting the statue quest done. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, on a more positive note, on occasion there's a show called Hotel Chocolat Unwrapped. Ah, of course. And they show you some of the inner workings of how they get all their chocolate made and into stores. Ah, I bet that's probably a very fun show to watch. Dang it. This is not at all what I wanted to have happen. Okay, hang on. Rather than do this. Dive through. And then pop you. And go from there. So is it like more of a... It's a documentary, so they do like walking around and stuff, but I could certainly imagine... I want to get this away from there. And... see, we're probably okay to use the stealth suit right now. Really? Can you not knock this over? I feel like you should be able to. I guess you need a blunt weapon for that. Mr. Jason says it seems you were just getting fired up for a battle. That sounds like something a Pokemon trainer would say. Oh, right, I'm getting completely fired up for this, you know, absolutely scorching hot Pokemon battle. You know, something super cheesy like that, since the series is, well, you know, about 10 and 14-year-old children, you know, coming up into a rite of passage. That's pretty much what the Pokemon journey represents. It's companionship, friendship, you know, growth through adversity, but also cheesy one-liners that come from, you know, Fairly Odd Parents styled villains where they're over the top on purpose. That's kind of the goal, is it's over the top on purpose. Mr. Jason says, I do enjoy a heated discussion at times. Indeed. This area may have an assortment of Zonai devices, but their rarity on the surface makes them unusually valuable. One surface location is an exception. Many devices have fallen from the sky in the area around Terrytown. This location may have rare devices that we have not yet seen. Tell the surface team to maintain vigilant surveillance. And while they're at it, see if they can figure out what makes this site unique. Glory to Master Koga. Just 94 to go, Kappa? Indeed. Nice, yes. 94. Are we at 94? I don't think we're at 94. Oh, you know, I teleported down to the depths and did in fact not read whatever that was. Whatever the display said. Maybe when we teleport back up to the surface. Oh, you mean not Koroks. You mean jokes and puns. 3 plus 94 would give us a new personal best of 97, yes? Wait, did I? Hold on, I don't know if I actually went and unlocked the little chest. I don't think I did that. Hold on. Yeah, that's over here. Yeah, I knew I was forgetting something. I'm glad I checked. All right, we have the Zonai charges here. I'm gonna make a point to spend these after the first hour. I keep meaning to spend time to do that, but I never get around to it. I'm too focused now on trying to grind up necessary supplies for upgrading all the armor. There is a lot of material I have to get, a lot of it. So what schematic do we have? The triple cannon. Sweet, a new permanent feature. Okay, as fun as that was, I can now take this marker back, which is what I was looking for. You know what? I need to see it. Let's get the loss out of the way. I don't mind spending a little ore on this. I want to know what my count's looking like. 916. Okay, we have 84 more Koroks to go. Which is just absolutely fantastic. I mean, I'm looking forward to putting an end to that. We'll even get a nice little festive noise about it when we complete it. Which I can't wait for. Have I mentioned I believe I have worn out the joke and the sarcasm about the Koroks. I don't know. Will anyone else be happy when I'm no longer referring to them 24/7? Mr. Jason says it is fantastic, but this is also the time of the game where you really hope that you had combed through the other 900 correctly. Yes, I should. Yes, that's a thought that's been nagging in my mind ever since we hit 900. I'm like, well, shoot. I sure hope that, you know, I didn't mess up somewhere. That would be really awful. All right. What do you have to say? Important notice. After the disaster in Hyrule Field, our bases face yet another threat. You must watch out for a large, one-eyed, four-legged animal. These terrifying beasts are ravenous and ready to swallow anything and everything in their vicinity. The sight of moving, glowing ore will alert you to its presence, but do not be drawn in by its resemblance to Zonite. These ores that grow from its weak point are both a lure and a weak point. If seen, try to remain calm and focus your attacks. Be alert and know the warning signs. Glory to Master Koga. Mr. Jason says, don't count your Koroks until the Yahahad. I'm not counting my Koroks until I see the poop in my inventory. And I check the screen. I don't even let the Yahaha count as anything significant or meaningful. I'm that like nonplussed about it. I just don't trust it until I see the counts for myself. Okay, we're gonna move up. Yes, we know you're up there, Yiga clan member. Come on. Alright. Nope. Close. That's 2 times now where I've run into problems. Bye. I hate that I'm splitting my time like this, but I feel like if I don't split my time like this, we're just never getting through. We're never getting through all of the neat little things that this game has in store for us. People think Koroks are like the huge heft of it. No, no, no. The Koroks are just like the most obvious sign of how large the game is. Other than the map, the world map size and the dungeon maps and stuff. Why can we auto-build a wagon? We literally don't need to do that. I'm gonna give them like a finger wag for doing that. Mr. Jason says, imagine if the Nintendo store sold tiny Korok seed plushies for 10 cents in our respective currency each. You would save 100 pounds over time and buy 1,000. But imagine how big of a box it would be. Yeah, like they'd have to be like chibi-sized plushies or something. Oh, no, no, no. I really... This probably goes without saying because the economy is not going to support that. But please, please, please do not send me 1,000 Korok plushies. Nobody do that. Absolutely nobody do that. I do not want. Do not want. Absolutely not. That's like Pro Jared getting a package for 10 arrows literally in the mail. Someone sent him actually 10 real arrows because of how prolific that randomizer meme is. Mr. Jason says, you just hope that they are not scented plushies, though? You wouldn't want them to smell funny? Oh, no. They would do that. I could see it. You know, made with 100% real manure. Ah, and we've even packaged the sewer sausage, so not only can you enjoy the proper scent, of Korok poop. But we can, oh, hello. Let's not do that. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's up here, I think. Still burning hot. All right. There we go. That's a bit better. And now the temperature's back to normal. Of course. Love that for me. But yeah, no, absolutely not. I don't want even one sent as like a joke gift. Just my luck, Mr. Coin. What's up, Mr. Jason? Wait, did you find a plushie? Is there an actual serviceable Korok plushie, you know, relatively available on the cheap? Oh, you enter a hot area, change, and then leave it. Ah, yeah, that's classic. You know, that's like the classic Metroidvania experience. You have to like use a power just to like change, just to go through a passageway each time. Yeah, this is that experience, but in Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom form. Although, I don't recall... I don't think I ever had to, like, change suits of armor quite as much. In Breath of the Wild, there was just more you had to put up with. There was more you had to put up with, but there were also less things you could do about the stuff you were putting up with, so, eh. Potato patata. We've completed our investigation of this region. At first, it seems like the caverns extend indefinitely. When traveling to the most remote locations, however, walls appear. It appears as though there are limits to the depths, after all. Every area we understand brings us closer to realizing Master Koga's great and glorious ambition. Glory to Master Koga. Indeed. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Gwen, continuing the ongoing joke that me and Mr. Asby inform you of things we've told you a million times. You'll be slightly delayed on the return after the break. Pots, right? Did we? Oh, well, we already got this one, apparently. Mr. Jason says, sadly, yes. Dishware is just a fact of life. Not much to do about that. You know, other than do it, right? Humans are great at creating waste. I have to say, humans are... And I mean humans as a whole, not like any one specific person before anyone's like, wait, who are you talking about? Humanity. Like, we can't just... We're not dogs. We don't eat things off of the floor. We don't just stick our head down and bite into things. That's what, you know, a low-grade, minimalistic animal does. That is not what a human being does. Can do it. We can't eat food. Eating food with our fingers, though, is kind of like a different story. It's one thing to hold like a drumstick or like you know, a bunch of grapes in your hand or something. You know, something that you know, is fine to eat with your fingers. It's not seen as barbaric. Mr. Jason says, well, actually, Coin, what about the 5-second rule? Ooh, that's a trigger phrase right there. That's not as bad as the multiverse phrase, but that is a trigger phrase. I hate that rule. Why do I hate it? Because it's patently false. It is patently false. There has already been like 5 rounds of divisions that bacteria have done in just the 5 seconds that you've picked up the food. Now, is there enough division for there to be like a problem? No, not necessarily. And, you know, I'm also of the firm belief that just like you don't prevent children from... okay, this is an encampment. We don't need to worry about that. we can move on to the next big thing. I'm sorry, I completely blanked on what I was saying. Oh, right. The 5-second rule is just, I forget the precise sentence, but the 5-second rule really is just, you're not, it's not that you're not like ingesting fresh new bacteria or anything. It's the idea that there's not enough there for there to cause a problem. Oh, and I think I remember what I was about to say. I'm of the firm belief that you can't just bubble wrap your children and hope they never get sick. That's not how human immunity works. You actually need them to get sick. You don't want them to get critically sick. You don't want their immune system to be overwhelmed by the response. You don't want them to go septic. But if they don't suffer and deal with it with minor infections, their immune system will never build up any tolerance or response mechanisms for anything. Then you get people that need things hypoallergenic or other such things. And it could be incredibly problematic. Have we just already been through these shrines? I marked these things with the express purpose of checking them out, but maybe I already went here at a earlier point, and I just never remembered doing it. Mr. Jason says, imagine if Rock Grove had Koroks, Mr. Coin. Imagine if they all did. Or like super Evermeans. Right. Yeah, like super Evermeans. I would be absolutely gobsmacked if that happened. Mr. Jason says, now that you defeated that Yiga foot soldier, he can't keep on track with his task. Ah, that's right. He's been derailed permanently. No, I didn't think so.
Sure, Jan.
I'm still working on what the premise for the Sure Jan emote is gonna be. I'm confident that's the next one I want to make. What I don't know is what form that's going to take. Yiga clan, stop that. Okay, I need to figure out, where did I park my thing at? Nice. Oh, you know what I probably need to do? I probably need to, like, just move around and kind of, like, hit some high spots so I can look. Oh, right, it's literally up there. Rocket time. And what I want is this. There we go, perfect. Mr. Jason says, you might need to derail his plan as well, Mr. Coin. No, he can live. I didn't need to kill. I didn't need to go after the Yiga clan member. He can live. He's not a burden. He's gonna be too busy riding his little track around the base and not do much of anything. Okay, what do we have left to check out? It looks like the only thing I see here that we need to absolutely go check out is that spot where the treasure is. And then we can, I'll have to do some more scouting. I'm sure there are enemies that we, you know, I should go defeat or what have you, but it'll be nice to be out of the depths early. Because I'm not gonna gallivant all over, you know, Hylia's, like, Leon, or no, I shouldn't say hi, Leah, because this is the depths we're talking about here. I'm not gonna gallivant all over, you know, Ganon's depths to try to find, Oh, right, I need to wear a metal bow. That was about to be real stupid. Yeah, I'm not gallivanting all over the depths to find locations. Mr. Jason says you as ever are looking forward to seeing Alan. Me too. I hope to see everybody today. Hello there. Sunami Angzom 527. Sun Am Yangzom. I'll figure out how I need to say that. But welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. To answer your question, no. No glitches. Just now I'll cover glitches later. In my Let's Play, but not now. I want to like utilize or have as much of the intended experience for the audience as possible. Okay, one over there. Yeah, no glitches. At least for now. If and you don't mind my asking, how about yourself? Do you utilize a lot of glitches with this game? And I guess as the necessary follow-up to that question, how familiar with Tears of the Kingdom are you? Sunam Yangzom 527. Is Tears of the Kingdom a game that you've played bunches of? A game that you're new to and have only watched? I'm just curious where I always ask my audience this so I know how to direct spoilers, etc., etc.
So it begins.
User 11 says, you're sorry, Mr. Coin? Don't be. Your PC crashed twice? Yikes. I'm sorry that that's happening. I'm glad that things are stabilized now, but that really sucks. That, like, super omega sucks, actually. I'm gonna take it you don't know what's causing your crash, which, that's fine. Wait, what? Oh, hello, Dinral. Wait, alright. What was that noise? Is it like up there or somewhere else? Mr. Jason says you've played The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom once. You found all 1,000 Koroks. As for more Koroks, Mr. Jason says, I'll pass, thanks. Yeah, after the 1900 between these two, between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, no thank you. I'm good. The Koroks will be getting a somewhat scathing review in the video essay, which I will be writing up. I'll start the process of writing that up once we start reaching endgame. I think I'll have enough of my opinion collected between the two games that I can start writing it up then. Sunam Yangzom says, you died to Kuljera once? Okay. I mean, hey, I don't think I died to Kuljera, but it wasn't exactly an easy fight the first time. But you're good with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom? Cool. Then I guess as a follow-up question, Sunam Yangzom 527, which of the two games do you prefer then? Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom? Like, which one do you think is a better game, at least in your opinion? I usually say that while I prefer Tears of the Kingdom, I think both are fairly good games. I just have to give the slight nod over to Breath of the Wild. because it kind of like redefined, or it kind of like defined a new era of games coming out. Open world games are kind of like the big thing right now between Elden Ring and this game. Like, I would say both of them kind of spurred on the desire to make things open world or have a bigger, more expansive world than ever before. Tears of the Kingdom, not so much. Tears of the Kingdom rode on the back of that legacy, is what I would say. Let's see. Mr. Jason said... I'm sorry, I already read that one. User 11 says, nope, no idea. Fair. Fair. I do hope you get to, like... I do hope you get to, like, resolving your crashing issues soon, User 11. I know that's not particularly a fun thing to deal with. I've had computers crash, and it sucks. I've experienced blue screens of death, and not fun. Mr. Jason says it's very possible for people to die to Colgera on their first go, but future attempts are quite a breeze. Gordo Goku, welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. I think that's Gordo Goku. There we go. That I've split up the word, I think, how it's supposed to be said. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Gordo Goku says, no offense to Breath of the Wild, but Tears of the Kingdom is easier to play. Just a longer play. So you lean Tears of the Kingdom, but you give mad love to Breath of the Wild. I could certainly see that, yes. I could absolutely see that. I like Tears of the Kingdom because of its mechanical depth. I do like that there is more you can do, even though it is like a necessarily almost, you know, double the length of the game. And that's not counting 100% times as well. 100% triples the length of Tears of the Kingdom, so you tell me how much game there is. But yes, Breath of the Wild does deserve mad respect. If and you don't mind my asking, I probably know what the answer to this is, but I always like to ask my incoming audience this. Gordo Goku, how familiar are you with Tears of the Kingdom? I'm gonna take it that it's a game you've played a lot of or have beaten once or multiple times. I usually try to ask my audience this just so I know where to direct spoilers and etc, etc. We can help tailor discussions to that. Sunam Yangzom 527 says, for me, Breath of the Wild, since doing glitches is easier. That's fair. That's fair. There are people that prefer like the initial launch states of games for that reason. I've had multiple people come in here in Tears of the Kingdom, or when I'm streaming Tears of the Kingdom, and say that they're playing the initial launch so they can do glitches and stuff. Or they'll come in and complain about not being able to spam your horse whistle to move faster or things like that. I always get comments like this all the time, at least once or twice a month. But Mr. Jason says, after Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and others, you're currently open-worlded out. Fair. And then they go on to say it's always nice to have some new people in the chat. I agree. Welcome on in, everyone. Mr. Jason says you just hope that they can adjust to Aelin. Aelin's definitely interesting. Oh, I think they'll be fine. Most people don't usually pay it that much mind, and if they do, well, I mean, that's what the whisper or like direct message functions are for. Gordo Goku says, second round playing right now, still cleaning up the first playthrough though. Okay, so you've beaten the game, but you've not 100%ed it. That is totally fine. For those that are coming in and wondering what the heck kind of a playthrough are you walking into, I am going for a 100% playthrough of the game. It is a first time Let's Play edition. So I sound like I know what I'm doing, and for the most part I do. I have beaten 99.42% of Breath of the Wild. So I think that qualifies as 100%. There's like 1 or 2 locations I didn't find in there. But I forgot. I completely blanked at what I was saying just now. That is a thing that happens with me sometimes. Oh, right. Yeah. More or less, this is a 100% playthrough. My goal is to show you guys everything that's in the game. All the Hyrule Compendium fully completed, all the armor upgrades, all the Koroks, all the shrines, the major story, etc., etc. But that is my goal. That's been my shtick the entire time I've had this channel, in fact. So if you guys like that, and you like an audience full of spinsters and jokesters, as you can probably see, there are 2 counters underneath me. One of them is a Korok counter, and the other one is a jokes and puns counter. Yeah, we have like a running record each week to see, you know, how many puns or jokes people can tell. So if you like that sort of experience, I think you'll enjoy what you have to see on this channel. I'm going to catch up on chat one final time, and then we need to stop staring at these trousers. Sunam Yangzom says, Trousers of the Wild. In Breath of the Wild, I had to get all 120 shrines. Yeah, here they shook things up. Incredibly so. Gordo Goku says, you gotta say, or so it seems, it's nice to find a clean streamer playing this. I try to be clean. When Aelin shows up, you know, the chat can get a bit, like, crude languaged, but that's nothing new. That's just, it's the speaking mannerisms of the audience. And as long as there aren't, like, flagrant terms of service violations, I usually kind of try to let things slide, and or not make a big stink about it. We're all supposed to be adults here. Now let me go back and scan through the other chat. User 11 says, you honestly think Breath of the Wild is better in terms of nostalgia, exploration, but Tears of the Kingdom is more of a combat creativity game. Yeah, that's probably good distinction between the two. And yeah, Breath of the Wild has just a longer standing of being an existing game. Mr. Jason says, you very much have a lot of respect for Aelin. Not all moderators in general would take kindly to being called a bitch. After all, even if Aelin doesn't mean it, but it doesn't bother you. Fair. Then you go on to say, you just reminded me, Mr. Coin, you have a version 1.0.0 copy of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom that you have permanently inserted into your Nintendo Switch OLED model. The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom that permanently has airplane mode on. Ah! So it never got its update then. User 11 asks, how many JMP did we get last week? 96. 96. A new PB, a new personal best. Let me switch over here. Gordo Goku says, understandable. Yeah. Like I said, it's just it's a matter of moderating the chat without getting too, ham-fisted with regulations. Welcome on in, Persimmon. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Persimmon asks, does anyone have tips for finding Lynels? For Lynels, I recommend parrying. I recommend learning how to parry or flurry rush, which means knowing how to dodge. Training in Breath of the Wild may help you significantly with Tears of the Kingdom as well. If you wanted greater leap, or I'm sorry, I take that back. Tears of the Kingdom actually has easier dodge timings. So yeah, try flurry rushing first, and then I would only learn to parry if, you know, once you're good and you want to maybe throw in some shield bashes instead. The parrying just creates a different opening more than anything. Outside of that, come prepared with attack boosts, with like either in the form of the barbarian set or you know, attack food buffs, and probably some hearty food as well. Anything made using hearty truffles, hearty bass, so on. You can literally just slap any of those items with like a mushroom or a piece of fruit, and you have like a relatively cheap if tedious, like full heal. Like, you learn pretty early, or I should say you learn toward the mid-game that you really don't need a lot of healing on a hardy item. Let me switch back over. But before I do, Persimmon, if you don't mind my asking, how familiar are you with The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom? Is it a game you've played before, or, you know, are you relatively new? Have you beaten it? I always try to ask my incoming audience this so we know how to direct spoilers and so on. It's a good gauge of, like, audience interest. And it's a great way to navigate discussions. Before I continue, before I, like, continue catching up on chat, it has not stopped moving yet. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Since my face will be vanishing soon, Persimmon, you are very welcome. You're very welcome. Glad to help anytime. No story spoilers, please. That was the thing I was gonna say earlier. No story spoilers. Like, talking about most of the main cast is fine now. Just don't tell me what happens in the Gerudo Canyon, or with cutscenes involving Ganondorf himself toward the end. That's really about the only thing I ask for now. We've seen most of the rest. There should be an advertisement coming up real soon. I see that it is not triggered yet. Oh, no, this is, whoops. It should be happening within the next 15 seconds. Let's see. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. There we go. That takes care of the shill. Let me explain the commercial breaks. We do take commercial breaks here. At the top of the hour, there will be a timer above my head. It'll last for 3 minutes. When that timer is over, I will have returned to my desk, and we can pick up right where we left off. I highly encourage everyone to take a break, get a snack, stretch, do whatever you have to, really. Or don't do anything. It's your 3 minutes, not mine. These 3 minutes are mostly for the people on Twitch, because there's a lot of people on YouTube today. That's why I feel I need to explain this more. We are multi-streaming to Twitch and YouTube right now, so if I don't want my lovely folks over on Twitch to deal with pre-roll, we got to take these commercial breaks where we can, in a way that mitigates the most amount of lost content possible. That's mostly the commercial break. That's pretty much it. Let me scroll back up and catch up on chat again. Sanam Yangzom says Lionels with crushers, long swords, claymores. They have an attack that can't be or flurry rushed. You run. Yeah, they've got a spinning attack, but for the most part, you can flurry rush everything else. The spinning attack, I believe, can be parried, which is why you want to practice that. If you're using a two-handed weapon, you'll want to put it away for parrying. You can't parry with a two-hander. User 11 says almost 100. Maybe if I was there, that would be something like 97, possibly. Mr. Jason says we've been looking at these mighty fine trousers for a while. Kappa. Indeed. So sorry. Mr. Jason says your potential is showing. Ah, yes. Indeed. User 11 says, wait, there are more people on YouTube that are on YouTube than on Twitch right now? Feels like it. That's fine by me. I multi-stream to both platforms for a reason. Mr. Jason says, oh my god, Mr. Coin, I know that we've been staring at some mighty fine trousers for the longest now, but I will issue you another challenge, and I've seen that it is possible on YouTube. Parry a Flame Gleok's massive fireball blast. It is difficult, but possible. Okay, got it. User 11 says, oh, also you forgot, you also have a challenge, parry an arrow. Reading that fast is bad. User 11 says, and then they say their brain isn't braining. You didn't understand a bit of, oh. I'll have to talk to you guys after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. Welcome back. Hopefully you got to enjoy your commercial break. And by enjoy the break, I mean find something you wanted to do or needed to get done. That sort of thing. So let me just catch up on chat. Oh, also, thank you for the follow. I keep them sound-free and anonymous, but I really do appreciate it. I do hope that you enjoy the emotes and stuff that come along with that. Since I see you're on both platforms, you know, whichever you choose to be on, I do hope you enjoy either one. Let's see. Gordo Goku said... Or I missed one here. Sunam Yangzom says, Tulin, ... Ah, yes. We've been staring at him for entirely too long. Sorry. It's what happens when a bunch of people show up. I'm not very good at gaming and chatting. I kind of pick one. Gordo Goku says, Crushers you have to parry while running into him. It's dangerous, but it can be done. Yeah, the basic idea is just... You know, dodge what you can. Don't try to parry the jumping attacks. I don't believe you can parry those. Those you just run from. If it creates an explosion, run. If it's not something you can easily dodge, parry. If it's something you can easily dodge, dodge it. Like, that's pretty much the protocol for Tears of the Kingdom. Sunam Yangzom says, challenge for you. Try fighting a two-handed Lionel, but with only parrying. I need more Lionel shields for that. Because that's the only way I would be dealing any kind of damage to them is through a Savage Lionel shield. I do not foresee that going well. Also, I just can't do that right now. I'll try to, like, bear that in mind, though. Gordo Goku says, yeah, I agree, that's extremely difficult. That must be in regard to the two-handed Lionel, but only parrying. I think that's what that's in regard to. Let's see, is there anything else? So I've got parry an arrow, parry a two-handed Lionel, so a club user, basically, with only a shield, like only parry them, and parry the fireball blast. I'm gonna have to start making a command for people if they want to issue so many challenges. I've never had so many in a single stream before. Sunam Yangzom says, parrying does no damage. You could use a sword. Oh, right. You need to staple something to a shield. I forgot about that. You're right. Like you need to staple a huge weapon to it. Probably a gloom weapon or something would work pretty darn nicely. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I've come back with a cup of peppermint tea. So, tea, coffee, or neither? What is everyone's favorite hot beverage? I personally prefer coffee, but I have kind of like tried to swear off the stuff, so I drink tea these days. I like both, but my preference is for coffee. I just try not to get it often. Sunam Yangzom says a silver Lionel. Okay, you want very specifically a silver tier Lionel defeated only by parrying, and it's got to be the club using one. I'm definitely going to need to acquire some shields and staple some stuff on to make that happen. Gordo Goku says you hot chocolate every morning when you remember. Ah, so you're a hot chocolate drinker then. That's cool. Any particular brand or just like generic hot chocolate you can get at the dollar store or what have you? Just merely curious. I do enjoy a good mug of hot chocolate every so often. And while these conversations have kind of like come to a bit of a close, let's finally stop staring at these trousers. Legends say these pants were tailored for a hero who travels the wilderness. Strangely enough, they're the most comfortable pair of pants you've ever worn. Cool. All right, let's finally stop staring at the pants. Get this. I want to say it's a Misko's treasure spot. And then we can get out of the depths. We should have already been out of here. Oh wait, no, we did get that. Oh, okay. We have one or two teeny tiny little things to do, but that can wait until next time. For now, let's go back over here and start collecting these Korok seeds. Goku says generic as long as you can get some. Fair enough. Yeah, it's not too hard to get halfway decent generic hot chocolate packets. I usually keep some Swiss Miss lying around. So do the folks I live with. They also keep some. It's like if you don't want to drink coffee, you're coffeeed out. You know, hot chocolate. And we do drink hot chocolate. The stuff we don't usually drink is eggnog. That I could do without. Oh, okay. I like eggnog, but in small, like, cups. You don't drink just bunches of the stuff. Too cloyingly sweet, at least for me. Okay, so let's staple on the correct things. So if you guys want to follow along as we collect the Korok seeds, I am using a map to help me find them. For you guys on Twitch, if you type in !TOTK MAP, you'll get access to the object map. For you guys on YouTube, you need to type in star TOTK MAP. I will put a demonstration of the command here, but I don't think, with the way I have it set up, it just generally tends to ignore my commands. Other people should be able to type it in, though. Goku says, you mostly get the Walmart brand. Not bad for the price. Fair. Yeah, like I said, generic is just fine. We have gotten generic packets before. But we usually get Swiss when we can. Yeah, and Swiss is pretty good. That I agree with 100%. Sunam Yangzom says, did you know that if you look at Hestu's gift from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, Tears of the Kingdom's gift has one more extra layer? Yes, it does. For all of that wonderful goodness. You know, the wonderful scatological goodness. Hello, Mr. Fent. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are gathering up the remaining Koroks in the Gerudo Highlands. We've got only maybe a couple handfuls left before we can move on to the caves and chasms in the Highlands. And I can't wait, because I know that the Gerudo caves conceal some new things we have not yet had the good fortune. We've not yet had the good fortune to cover yet. In fact, the desert has a couple of things in it that's new. User Levin says, welcome, Mr. Coin. No more trousers? Yes. I see. Yes, definitely no more trousers. That has finally moved. I'm glad we're not staring at them either. Sunam Yangzom 527 says hovering device. What's up with that? You just saying that randomly, or do you kind of like did you have a place you were going, like a place in conversation you were going with that? I don't care. I'm just curious. I don't think so. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Ice Breath Bazalthos. But I use the object map to help me find the 300, 400 out of the 1,000 Koroks that there are in this game that are random rocks. And finding random teammate locations, because Koroks come in pairs in Tears of the Kingdom. But to help me find the partners that are either way too far away or way too cleverly hidden for their own good, I can't be arsed to deal with all that. So that's what the object map is for. It saves us time. Because if there's one thing that people should be aware of with the 100% experience, is that a lot of things, at least in my opinion, and I'll make it like abundantly clear in the video essay, but hold on. Trick, I see you over there, Yiga clan member. How about not today? That never gets old. That's funny. That'll never not be funny. The Yiga clan, if you don't want to fight them, just simply put on Yiga clan armor, and they will leave you alone. That is just too hilarious. That would be this. And also this. But that's a pretty quick, easy way to get them to get them to leave you alone. And yes, you need the full Yiga clan set. Just putting on a helmet won't work, as Mr. Jason has pointed out. Sunam Yangzom says, "Yahaha, you found me. Seeing that 1,000 times? Yes, I will be hearing it in my dreams. Every dream. Did I? There's no way. It should just be right up here. It might have winked out, though. You gotta remember to tag your Zonai vehicles whenever you make them, or you will just lose them, which I believe is what happened. Let's see. Just kind of like do a check. Yeah, it, without like something to mark it, it just straight up vanished. That's fine. We'll just tag another one. You can do it right this time. User 11 says this is really out of context, but has anyone seen Stranger Things? I've seen bits of it. I'm gonna refrain from spoiling anything, but I've seen bits. I don't watch, but my dad does. He watches a lot of it. Like Netflix is pretty much his shtick as a retired U.S. military veteran. So that's kind of what he does. He watches a lot of Netflix shows, or other sorts of like running specials as well. I'm gonna be very careful. It'd be very easy for me to fall into the canyon, and I would like to avoid that. What was I saying? Right. Just I'm aware of the series, and I'm like generally aware of what it is. It's if you like caricatures of like 80s or 90s or like 70s or 80s, like, you know, Pulp Fiction type stuff, you'll like Stranger Things. If you don't like that sort of thing, you won't like it. Mr. Jason says, although you're surprised that those fools don't just get fooled with the mask. Too true. I mean, even with the full Giga uniform, there is a big obvious thing on Link's hip that literally only Link can have. Too true. I guess the Yiga really are, you know, they're very self-absorbed. Just look like them. It's easy. Just literally morph into them. Gordo Goku says nuts. Just when it was getting good, you gotta go. Is there scheduled to when you stream? Gordo Goku, I am glad you asked. I stream Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm also gonna do you a solid. That is my Discord server. I have my schedule projected out anywhere between 10 to 14 days in there. Please feel free to come on in when you've got the time, of course. It is in the calendar channel in my Discord server. So if you ever want to see that in advance, that is the place to check. What I post on YouTube and what I have on Twitch are just a guideline. YouTube is generally accurate. Twitch is not. It's an expectation of when I'm streaming. But yeah, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm glad you could come in today, though, Gordo Goku. I really appreciate the company since you're about to head out. You know, do take care of yourself. I hope to see you sooner rather than later. But if not, and you know, I don't see you again, stay safe and take care of yourself out there. But my schedule is contained in the Discord. It is also in my Linktree link in the description. You can access any of the important stuff through that as well. So thank you very much for joining the Discord. Onboarding should be pretty easy. So, you know, just click, 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 and 1 or 2 more clicks, and then you're done. Yes, Tulin again, Sanam Yangzom says. Indeed, Tulin loves being outside. It's fine. But thank you for joining the Discord. Thank you again for hanging out with us. And I do not want to preclude you from having to step out the door any further. So I hope to see you sooner rather than later, Gordo Goku, and do take care of yourself. Thank you for the assist on that as well, Mr. Jason, with the Discord link. This is probably a good time to talk about it. We do stream, I do have like a Discord server. I curate a lot of stuff in there. We have a jokes and pun yearly record channel. We have a place for people to go chat in general. We've got a picture gallery that people can post things in. You know, the onboarding is pretty easy and straightforward. It's almost automatic. You just click the link and you are basically just about done. You just have to grab the bonus rolls if you want them, etc., etc. Gordo Goku says if you're here till 5, you might be able to pop in again. IDK. Fair. I may be. I may not be. Okay, thank you. Gone now. Take care of yourself again. And I hope your day goes well for you. User 11 says, yep, you really love the series. I could see why people like it. Especially if you're a fan of Millie Bobby Brown. I think that's her name. She plays the main female protagonist. I'm doing my best not to spoil things more than necessary. But I think that's her name is Millie Bobby Brown. She's fairly talented in what she does. Another place you'll find Millie Bobby Brown was in like there was like a Netflix version of Sherlock Holmes, or like something related to Sherlock Holmes. That's at least one other place where I know her face. If you like her work, you'll like Stranger Things, generally speaking. Mr. Jason says, one tool short of a toolbox. Indeed. Very much so. Mr. Jason says... Oh, hold on. I just saw that. You also have a Discord, but yours is quite a bit more exclusive. Well, Mr. Jason, feel free to tell the audience about it. You know, broken up into appropriately bite-sized paragraphs. And while that's happening, I'll catch up on YouTube and then we can get moving. Son of Yangzom says, you a wild berry? Says Link is from a cave in the wild. Oh, wait, are you trying to make a, you know, Eliza Thornberry reference, Son of Yangzom? Is that what I should be grasping at? Or is there something, is it something else? I don't really, oh, also, please tell me I've marked our vehicle. I wouldn't be surprised if... Okay, I did. Good. Mr. Jason says, how do you break up the TCC in bite-sized amounts? Literally. Paragraphs probably no more than 3 or 4 sentences. And the sentences have a word count of probably 10 to 12. That's how. Make sure people don't... the idea is just avoid wall of text. I'm not saying you need to do that, but I generally think, discussing the TCC goes over better if it's in babby-sized pieces. People get less confused that way, or it's less of a monolith. Maybe that's one thing I can work on, is trying to get us get the description of us down to about 20 words. If you want people to read what you've written, and people aren't being charitable, yeah, about 15, 20 words is what people want to read on it's the width of your mobile phone screen, basically. You can go longer, but the odds of people reading it are quite low. Okay, okay, let's mark some... Well, I'm going to mark off some Koroks. And then we're going to mark 6 more on our map. Mr. Jason says... Oh, I'm sorry. User 11 says, back, you're net attacked. You're starting to see a pattern. Not sure how you type it. Pattern. But close enough for government work. Mr. Jason says, duly noted, not walls of text, so the polar opposite of how I do things. Trust me, as a fellow spectral, good sir, Mr. Coin is truly aware of what it's like to require 80 words when 20 will do. But 20 is what people want. It has gotten to internet discourse has gotten to a point where people will tune out things that are not legitimately 20 words or less, and they're not even aware they're doing it. They're not even aware they're doing it. It's the TikTok brain, as I call it. Mr. Jason says, so basically what you already have in your welcome board then? Possibly. I'd have to look at it, but something like that. Mr. Jason says, we, the TCC, are primarily a Super Mario Maker 2 focused Discord for challengers and troll level creators, but we also focus on helping streamers to grow their channels with our channel promotions area. Yeah, something like that. Absolutely. 2 T's instead of 1 user 11, but really close. You've got the general spelling right. English is hard. English is hard. Chinese is hard. French is hard. Most languages are hard. So no skin on my back. That's why I try to read things, as people meant to type them, as opposed to reading it how it's read. Because if I did that, I would sound like a... I'd sound off my rocker, number 1. Or 2, I would sound like I'm mocking people. And that's not at all what I want to do. Also, even just saying it's difficult without necessarily going and saying other things makes it can be a little bit condescending. So when you're saying language is difficult, you want to make sure you point out other languages that are difficult as well. User 11 says, it always gets crazy when you get in a I'm going to assume that's a Discord call. It could be something else though. Not sure what a DC call is otherwise. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin is 100% the Blathers of real life. I'm flattered that you think that. Blathers is better polished in speech compared to me. And you love him as a friend more for it. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Let's see. Exactly. English is difficult, but the same is true of any language. It's all You know, it's all about pattern recognition. You learn to recognize strings of letters. You would probably be saying something similar, just between like the British version of English and I should say the UK version of English, unlike the American version of English. And I'm sure user 11 would be saying the exact same thing if, you know, I were speaking or typing in Portuguese right now. It's all about recognizing patterns. Sunam Yangzom says, question mark? I assume that was in response to the previous line. Not sure, still not sure what to make of that. Are you asking me if there's a wild berry? Welcome on Intention. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much for the like, good sir. And God bless be to you as well. You've come in at a good time. Well, right now I'm gabbing away entirely too much, but we are in the midst of cleaning up Korok seeds today. I get the feel if I lock in and focus, we should get the rest of them cleaned up here in the Highlands today, and then follow that up with the object of today's thumbnail. Okay, I'm not sure what the strange script is. Is that Arabic or perhaps a Sanskrit derivative of sorts? Just curious. User 11 says, yep, Discord equals DC. Understood. Mr. Jason says, honestly, Mr. Coin, I still believe that really early Brits just made words to mess with people of other countries. Well, a lot of loan words too, right? Not just words made to mess with people, but also loan words that were modified twice over that become their own word, and then the British modified those. Like, UK English is truly a derivative language. But then again, so is American English for the same exact reasons. Mr. Jason says, the English language is certainly a lot. Yeah, true. Let me swap over chats here. Sonam Yangzom asks, do I understand that? That meaning the symbol? Let me type that out real quick. Tension says, I think I'm halfway done with Age of Imprisonment, Mr. Coin. Nice. You got 8 Koroks to get. Awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. I know Age of Imprisonment is it's probably not that difficult. I say this as a Soulsborne enthusiast, so you should probably not take my insinuations or estimations of difficulty seriously. But oh, well, at least that one's easy enough to spot. But if you only have 8 Koroks left to get, then, you know, you are halfway done. You're pretty far along, and, you know, you can focus on the real meat and potatoes of Hyrule Warriors, the end game. From what I understand, that's almost always what you know, makes people stay a long time with it, is just the amount of end game grind. I know there was a lot in like the original Hyrule Warriors, a lot of styles to perfect, characters to try out, and so on. And people are like, that's a spoiler. I'm describing the mechanics of a Hyrule Warriors game, and that's just the meat and potatoes of that there. User 11 says you got a 19 in English. I do not know if that is good or bad, so you will have to tell me, is that out of 100? Is that out of 20? is that out of like 15? I'm curious as to what the scoring metric for that is. Here in America, we base things out of 100, but 100 or 10. And the only time I ever see 20 is when I only see 20 in trade schools or trade classes like construction. A lot of them tend to grade out of 20. User says 19 out of 20. That's good then. That's amazing. That's basically an A plus. Right. Or no, that's exactly an A. That is exactly an A. That's really good. Mr. Jason says, for example, Mr. Coin, you read a book last night and you enjoyed it so much that you might read it again. I think that is supposed to be a joke. So I'll give that its due clap. Yeah, that's English. You often spend multiple days rereading the same thing. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, for example, with Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment, the game is around 44 gigabytes, which is 4 times the size of Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. That could just be graphical fidelity, though, but I wouldn't be surprised if it were a game that's double the size. Like double the content size is what I should say. Often game sizes are mostly graphics or lack of file optimization or things like that. User 11 says it's the final exam score. Then yeah, I would say that's a really good score. Sonam Yangsom says staring at a blue pen. We stare at a lot of things on this panel. I have to I'm bad at screening. I'm bad at doing 2 things at once a lot of the time. Sonam Yangzom says it means rayon. Okay. Interesting. Oh, hello. I need to eat food or we're going to... Oh, right. I don't actually have any food prepared for this because I was expecting to be in the cold, not hot. Well, we're going to be dealing with heat exhaustion today, it looks like. Tension says all your characters are at level 40 already. Nice, Mr. Coin. That's awesome. Did I upgrade all the swords, Mr. Coin, in Age of Calamity? Nope. Did not play the game all the way through. Or I probably would have. Sonam Yangzom, I do not understand that script you wrote just now. I understand you understand this, but I do not understand what script that is. Do you mind if I ask what language that is? Because I don't know. User 11 says, "Yep, not bad." I know my math. That's just a numerical fraction. User 11 says, "Don't you have hot clothes?" Nope. It's the one thing we don't have is hot clothes. We have everything else, but we do not have. I have hot weather attack, and I have food. You know what I could do? Hold on. We literally have pots. We literally have electric pots. I just need to get myself positioned somewhat correctly. Okay. Let's take out some pots. Where are those? That is here. 5. Okay. So we have some chill shrooms, which I will hold 4 of, and then hook onto the pot here. Sonam Yangzong says, Dzaka? I might be able to take that and copy the script into That feels like Arabic. That looks like Arabic, but I that could be insensitive or not correct. So hang on. No, I don't want to do that. Oh, you know what I could do is instead of that. Stream might get crunchy for a second while I spit this through Google Translate. Oh, that is the actual language. Dzonka. I have no idea like what country would even speak that language. This is me being an uncultured American, by the way. Oh, the national language, no, hold on. It is a Southern Tibetic language. Okay, that's why I don't know it. It is because I just don't understand the script. Mr. Jason says, no, that wasn't a joke. I can make that subtraction. The words red. Oh yeah, it's the same thing I say all the time. The words red being the same word, but two different ways of saying it is one example of how the English language tends to throw some people off. Yeah, indeed. I knew I was missing something there, so I'm glad I caught that. And then on YouTube, we have Tension. Mr. Coin, you bought Age of Calamity the other day. Are you going to go back and beat it? Maybe. Maybe if people want to see it, I can do that. Or maybe make a recording of it. But I'm more of an action or an RPG, an action adventure and RPG channel. So Hyrule Warriors is decidedly not that. And then we're going to hold these for a recipe, make a few more of these. User 11 says, is Age of Calamity a good game? I like it. It's not my favorite thing in the world, but the combat's enjoyable. Like Hyrule, if you like action games, Hyrule Warriors is definitely like something you can do to pass the time. It's a good time burner game. Mr. Jason says you sent me an important DM, Mr. Coin. Very well, I will take a look at that. Acknowledged, Mr. Jason. I will put a written confirmation of that later during break to let you know I've seen it, but I have read it. Mr. Jason says, oh, that's directed at Tension. But yeah, 175 Koroks. If you like Yahaha, you might like that game too. Sunam Yangzom says Arabic looks like this. Yeah, so like different script. I understand. I wasn't trying to be insensitive. I apologize if I was insensitive. That isn't my intention at all. But that doesn't mean I wasn't being insensitive. I'm just not very familiar with I'm not very familiar with not even like I guess it would be non-Cyrillic script. That would be like Russian or Greek. That's like the extent of what I'm familiar with, or Chinese or Japanese. So I'm just not very familiar with other script. I can work on getting familiar, though. Familiar enough to know what it is. Reading that was going to be a different story. Welcome on in, Ione. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You say I'm very triangle shaped. Thanks. It's the camera. It is very much the camera. I hope I tried really hard to get like a minimalistic yet thematic design for the webcam. Accomplished entirely by OBS shader extension too, I might add. That's really about it. Just OBS shader extensions the whole way through. Ione, if you don't mind my asking, how familiar with Tears of the Kingdom are you? Is it a game you've played before? And if so, have you beaten it once, multiple times, played X hours, or is it relatively new to you? I always try to ask my incoming audience members this so that, I know how to direct discussions and so on. Need to keep, working while this is going on. Let's see. Ione says extremely familiar. Got understood. You beat it once around 300 hours and 500 hours in Breath of the Wild. Okay, so you're familiar with the Wild era games then. Yeah, I've beaten Breath of the Wild. In fact, I can probably... It would be options. Where did I find this again? It would be under profile. Oh, 160. Not nearly as long. I'm getting better at where to find that information. Not nearly as long, but I have basically beaten it 100%. It's a great game. Let me go back over to Twitch or Twitch chat for a second. User 11 says YouTube is going crazy today. Yes, indeed. It is very crazy. I've got 2 chats. I can't wait until we beat Tears of the Kingdom, and I try to do this with a 3rd channel, that being Kick, when I get ready to stream there. Managing 3 chats is going to be crazy. I have no idea how I'm going to do that, other than to do my damn best to do it. Pardon my French. User 11 says you were about to ask that. Hold on. I need to go back over to YouTube. Ione says you just got your copy back and you're loving the QR codes. That's awesome. QR has to be like a Switch 2 version, right? Ione says, oh, you'll follow on Twitch? Follow on whatever platforms you wish. YouTube and Twitch are both great. Sonam Yangzom says a critical meal. Yeah, I love, I love making criticals with the golden apples. They're like the best ingredient in my arsenal. And you can still manage to get a pretty halfway decent effect with them as well. Ione says you use Restream and it puts all the chats together. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna have to do that when I get ready to stream to 3 platforms. Not Restream, but Streamer.bot and Stream Elements are capable of multi-stream, so I can, being able to have that in one chat is going to be nice. And in a chat I could continually reference. I just also have to be careful, because I am a Twitch affiliate, so I have to, if I use a multi-stream chat, I have to refer to people by color of app. I can't exactly say Twitch, YouTube, Kick, TikTok, or whatever. I have to come up with color codes for those, etc., etc. It's just that it's playing the game, right? The game, in air quotes. Politicians play the game. Content creators play a different game. Rough, but kind of not much to do about it. Mr. Jason says, I'll give you all the support that I can. Appreciate that, Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason says, I love these games, Mr. Coin. They're truly a wild time. Indeed. Thank you so much for the follow. I do keep those sound free and anonymous. But I do thank you, Ione, for that. Much appreciated. I do hope that you enjoy all the benefits that come along with the Twitch follow and the YouTube subscription and so on. It truly means the world to me. Thank you. Please also consider checking out the Discord if you want to stay up to date. Or you can find that information in the link tree, whatever fits your fancy. But it's nice. It's nice to have such an involved audience. I'm truly blessed to have such a fantastic audience today. User 11 says, "Would you ever stream on TikTok?" I said it as an example, but absolutely not. Just absolutely not. Could not be me. My sibling might be the sort of person to do that, but and I don't have any real reservations about TikTok itself. It's the fact that it's been such a highly politicized platform. Not only is it politicized, like the exchange of it is political, but also because I'm in the US, I never know if it's going to be banned, unbanned, on the shelf for talking purposes. So it's best if I don't put stock in a platform that could end up getting a ban here in the US. That's just like if I don't have one, best not to start now, right? But that's just my logic that I'm using. Not saying it's necessarily correct logic, just my logic. Mr. Jason says, these meals are critically important to Mr. Coin. Too true. So Everett says 2 in a minute, under a minute. Is this a record? I guess it kind of is, yeah. Let's see. Thank you for that. Mr. Jason says, welcome to Coin's Tip on Twitch, home of Alan. Clearly. User 11 says, dang, another resume stamp. You still can't get yours because of the the other day. Couple letters are merged there. Let me move back over to YouTube and then we can get things moving. Ione says you've chatted the Sonam Yangzom says, what does the crown mean? That beside your name, that is top chatter. There are 3 placements on YouTube. That's a YouTube thing. First, second, and third. Tension says, because I think Ione was just answering Sonam Yangzom's question, and I thank you for that. I tend not to read directed statements. Tension says, Mr. Coin, is Hyrule Warriors 1 on Switch or Switch 2? I believe Switch 1, but that doesn't mean you can't play it on Switch 2. I think you should be able to play it on Switch 2. If I'm remembering my cross compatibility correctly. Oh yeah, it is just for the Switch. Mr. Jason gave me an assist on that. Tension says, might as well get the first one. Sorry I couldn't get to that sooner rather than later. This is what happens when my chats get packed. I'm having to kind of like pick and choose. Mr. Jason said, oh, nope, that is directed at user 11. Okay. User 11 says, holy misspelling. My bad, Mr. Coin. No worries. Everyone's doing their best. That's all I can ask for. You mean you can't get it because it's all laggy like we saw the other day? Right. That makes sense. Yeah, bad internet or laggy internet and kind of sketchy Wi-Fi in other cases. Mr. Jason says, if people have questions on Nintendo Switch, Mr. Jason is a good source. Too true. Mr. Jason can happily field those questions any day of the week, though I will do my best to answer them anyway. Unless he's beat me to the punch. Sunam Yangzom says, welcome to Tears of the Kingdom, the rage bait with weapons and shield breaking, and 1,000 Koroks just to get a piece of poop. Indeed. That is... Okay, it's not like total rage bait, but what people have to understand, and, you know, I might be like breaking a wall for people that are less familiar with the underpinnings of the game, like the background into the development and such. But the development team for Breath of the Wild, there were 3 gentlemen from that team who did an interview. Those gentlemen basically confirmed that the whole Korok thing is a scat joke. It is a poop joke. The whole thing. All 900 in Breath of the Wild and all 1,000 in Tears of the Kingdom, all a scat joke. One big giant, you know, poopy butt finger wag of a joke. That's it. That's the big revelation. There's a literal interview that they've done that confirms this. I have a lot to say, and I kind of want to reserve some of it for the, you know, video essay I plan on doing about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. But essentially, while I don't mind a good old, hello. Yes, I see that you're here ruining my fun. Get lost. So I don't mind a good poop joke. You know, they can be funny, right? But my thing is, you didn't need to, like, attempt to make the poop joke. You don't need to make the poop joke distinctly, 1,000 Koroks long.
That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Ione says, neat bike, thank you.
I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content.
Sorry about that, my lovely audience members. That is my automated major shell that takes place during the second hour. I used to do that all manually. I now have an automated video for that, and I have it set up in such a way that it's not this like stuffy old black screen that occupies the game interface for more than like a few moments. I really do appreciate everyone sitting through that. I worked really hard to make that. I also worked to try to like make that in about 2 minutes or less. Like make the length of it 2 minutes or less. And of course, you guys are amazing. You're the best and brightest part of my day, and I really appreciate it. We do take commercial breaks at the top of the hour. There will be a timer above my head. It'll last for 3 minutes. Once the 3-minute timer is over, I'll be back at my desk and we can get back to the gaming. I highly encourage everyone to get up, get a stretch, get a snack, do whatever you want during those 3 minutes. and I promise the commercial break will be, over sooner rather than later. I'm going to try to spend these last 2 minutes catching up on chat. Okay, a lot of this is directed at Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason says a suggestion. Mr. Coin, an automated message at 54 past the hour that says a storm might be brewing soon. I could do that. I'll write that down during the commercial break so I know to take care of that. For when these advertisements play out. I just don't want it to be, I don't want my chat to be spammed with all these things. That's all. I already do that a huge chunk of the time as is, with the 2 bots. Let's see. Tension says Mr. Echoes' his coin of wisdom wow. Mr. Coin, is Echoes of Wisdom and Link's Awakening, are they remakes? Echoes of Wisdom is new. Link's Awakening is a remake. It is a 2.5D remake of Link's Awakening, the original Game Boy. I think it's Game Boy Color, the Game Boy Color port. Tension says it's new, but it's more, or it says new, but it's more 2D. Yeah, one is a bona fide new game, the other is a remake. Ione says Echoes was amazing. I keep hearing good things about it. Wish I could buy it, but your boy is broke and can't be doing that. Sonam Yangzom says, you thought that the travel medallion can be stacked 3 times. Yes, it can be stacked 3 times. When we explore Gerudo Canyon, we will get the 3rd and final medallion then. Right now, I only have 2 of them. Okay, and I think I've caught up on messages, so we're not making incredibly good time. I'd like to pick things up after our commercial break. See you guys then.
Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I was just pouring my cup of tea when the timer hit 0. Let me catch up on chat, and then we will keep things moving. And then I'm gonna lock in for a few minutes while we do the while we wrap up with these Koroks. We have not yet hit the object of the thumbnail, and I need so desperately to do that. Let's see. Looks like this is a bunch of conversation directed at people. Right, and Ioni's statement about what games they play gives me a, reminds me that I should probably tell you guys a bit more about my own channel as well, but I'll do that after I have caught up here. All this seems to be directed at other people. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin. You made that suggestion because you keep wanting to type a storm may soon be brewing at 54 past each hour, but then you end up forgetting. So if it's just something that I spit out, you don't have to worry about it. That's fair. User 11 says, welcome back, Mr. Coin. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back to everyone. I hope that we got something we wanted out of the commercial break. I structure my breaks this way so that, you know, I'm not a Twitch streamer that just runs ads like clock. I do run them clockwork every hour, but I don't just, you know, say, hey, if you don't want to miss the content, subscribe. I don't think I'm worthy of that. Plus, I don't think I should be enabling Twitch to continue their really crappy policies, but they've made the experience such that if I don't play the ads at some point, people won't stay. It's just like really unfortunate, but it's a sad fact of, you know, the YouTube algorithm. So I think running the commercial breaks like this at the top of every hour is a good compromise. I think it's a good compromise. I don't know, maybe one day, you know, you guys will collectively say, no, we don't like this compromise, and I'll need to come up with something else. But I think in the meantime, this serves the purpose. Sonomy says, go in that chasm. I will eventually, but not before we've collected Korok seeds. I gotta do the object of today's mission first. User 11 says, you do not know how you got that 19? I mean, hard work, effort, and a bit of luck, right? That's usually how the exams work. That's usually how grades work. How tests and exams work is you study, and then you come into new situations you've not studied before, and you're forced to use your problem-solving skills or reading skills in the case of English. So, yeah, that's more or less how any test works. Mr. Jason says, sorry if people heard that, please excuse me. Mr. Jason says there's a game called Tombi, although it's called Tomba. Ah, yes, I remember Tomba in the US. And one copy in mint condition sold for 202.20 pounds 4 days ago on eBay. Yeah, Souls Midnight did a playthrough of Tomba, and I think Tomba 2 as well. Mr. Jason says that it was bids as well, so it wasn't just a buy it now, which is usually the seller's option. Yeah, it bidding for 200 pounds is crazy. Ioni says, damn, you've never done all Koroks? You don't think you ever will? Maybe with your daughter long from now? Perhaps. Yeah, I'll say this before we move. The 100% experience in the Wild Era games is generally good. I think the biggest detraction of that is the Koroks. I think the spirit of the Korok, like what the Koroks are, like this like spanning collectible, right? That's really what they are, is a collectible. Yes, you get things returning in the collectible up to a certain point, but since it's kind of all one big joke, at some point it just becomes a collectathon. Fine, cool. Too many of them. 900, 1,000 of them, and then however many, like the remaining like 270 something in the Hyrule Warriors games is too many. We could have cut those numbers, down to a third of what they were, and I think that would be more reasonable for what kind of joke the devs wanted to make and how much of a time sink you can ask the player to do. Maybe make the puzzles longer, or perhaps make them, like span a bigger section of the map. But I would say by and large, the biggest detraction of the 100% full completion experience is the Koroks. I would not recommend that I could not recommend the 100% Let's Play experience for exactly that reason. Let me make sure I've caught up on chat. Sonam Yangzom says, do you play Age of Imprisonment? No, I do not. Age of Imprisonment is... I'm what you see is what you get. I'm broke. I can't really afford to pick up new or too many game titles right now. I mostly, with what little money I do make, I try to like save for DLCs of games that I already have, so that I can at least provide the 100% experience in those. But it's not easy. Link, buddy, I need you to... And my mistake for not just going this way, though. I should have turned towards the clearing, and then I would have been able to get out. Ione asks, is it even on Switch 1? I do not believe so, no. So, I'm pretty sure it's Switch 2 exclusive. Mr. Jason, I think, knows that with more certainty than I do. And in that case, I don't have a Switch 2, and I will not be getting a Switch 2 until the whole PAL World debacle is fully settled. I'm not saying anyone is innocent, or anything of the sort, but I am not very happy with the way Nintendo has conducted themselves as of late, so I am not supporting them with purchases at the moment. If someone gifts it to me, that's different. That's a totally different thing. Hold on. What's this now? User Levin says, Mr. Coin, I'm a head off now. It'll be hard to see the lives these days, but you at least try to come on and say hi. Hey, you're doing your best. That's all I can ask. I really appreciate your company, User 11. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope your internet situation improves at some point. And then, staying here may be a bit easier for you. But do rest well, my lovely senator. Hope to see you back sooner rather than later. But if I don't see you again for whatever reason, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, I'm going to catch back up on chat. And then, Mr. Jason, I need you to do the nuclear of redeeming the 5-minute focus redemption. You probably know the one I'm talking about, but it is the... I think it is the destroy my commentary. I need to focus. And I'm not doing a very good job at that. But I'm going to read the rest of these first. Mr. Jason says, even Age of Imprisonment's 101 is 100 too many. Fair. Yeah. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, for what it's worth, Mr. Coin, you could just stream watching paint dry, and you would enjoy it. I mean, it's not really that different when we're doing just chatting with Tears of the Kingdom in the background. I'm trying not to do that. Okay, I gotta be quiet for 5 minutes. Shh. Okay, I believe I can talk now. Thank you for that redemption, Mr. Jason. Let me go back and catch up on chat again. I'm so sorry about that. I had Mr. Jason pop on and explain that real quick to the people on YouTube. Ione says you have an unopened copy on Switch, right? But you don't know if you'll play it. It's if you already have the copy, then you know that's fully up to you. Just I know how I feel regarding the Nintendo Power World patent lawsuit scandal. I just it leaves a really bad taste in my mouth. Sonam Yangzom says looks like a caveman. I could certainly see that. It's got like the helmet has the Greek hoplite aesthetic to it. I could certainly see that. Ione says, y'all amiibo? I do not have any, but I'm sure many people that are, especially those that are avid Nintendo fans, probably have some. I don't. I've never had an amiibo, and this was well before the pandemic, you know, when amiibos were really a thing. Not only did I not have the prerequisite Wii U to even use the amiibos with, I never saw any need to get them either. It just kind of felt like it's one thing if they're collectibles, like Funko Pops. Funko Pops are a good example of something that's just a collectible. That's fine. When you start putting bonus content on those, that's when I get upset. I'm upset with stuff like that. I mean, the amiibos are free. If you've made the purchase, it's, you know, anything they put on it is free. So, like, on one hand, that's fine. On the other hand, it means that if you're wanting to be an avid collector and get all of the content, you now have to source these amiibos, which I think is just such a crazy money sink. It's not funny. Gaming is an expensive hobby, though. You don't game unless you're there to play ball. Which is really what's happened to me. I've largely been priced out these days. Tension says, Mr. Coin, you were so young playing Majora's Mask, you forgot if you beat it or not. So now you got to go back and play it. Fair. That's how I feel about many a title that I've played over the years. I forget that I've beaten half of that. I often get a rep for not finishing games in my friend group and not having played much of them, which is not true. I just don't remember. Totally different thing. Do not know what what all of these diacritics means. I can tell that you're saying my name, Sonam Yangzom, but I don't know what else to I kind of don't know what to make of that. Ione says you got the Zelda ones in Splatoon. Nice. I think they make great collectibles for your kids if you don't tell them that there's digital stuff on it. You tell them there's digital stuff on that, that, you know, the floodgates hath opened. Ione says it's hard to find DLC. You know, that's why I said what I said about the, you know, about the amiibo, because the amiibo are basically free or freemium DLC. You've already paid in. Now you're reaping the rewards. Cool. That's fine. I just don't like it as a concept. Oh wait, there are amiibo cards though, aren't there? Ione says Majora is better when you're older. I agree. You appreciate the story of Majora's Mask a lot better when you're older. You disliked it as a child. I didn't think too much of it as a child, but didn't think of it too much as a child, but I've gotten a better appreciation for the surrounding lore now that I'm older, and I think I would make the same recommendation to other people as well. Mr. Jason says you do need to disclose something with me later, Mr. Coin, just for full disclosure. You'll tell me once you've responded to your previous statement, but no rush, of course. Acknowledged, Mr. Jason. That's fantastic every time. Oh, that must have been in response to the rock puzzle that I spent there, like, quizzing myself over for like 30 seconds, going, why am I not getting a Korok? Now I know it was because I didn't put it in quite the right place. The Yiga clan outfit. Never mind. As you've corrected me on. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Blathers. Good sir. Thank you, thank you. Amiibo cards, they're easy to find, but I can't pay for them, so... I'm sure that's like a eBay or an Amazon search. Just an Amazon search away, I'm sure. Sonam Yangzom says, give Kilton all your bubble gems. I already gave him the amount that I was capable of. I wouldn't have the Mystic set without it. I just literally can't give him... I literally can't give him any more until I get them all. And for me to get them all, I have to not be tomfooling around, and we gotta get stuff done. Ione says you can also use your phone, but it's annoying. I'll see what I can do about the... Well, not what I can do, because it's, it's up to me whether I want them or not, but... I'll at least take a look and see what the amiibo card situation is, because I feel like I should at least... If there's like a non-collectible, super collectible, just card version, I should at least know about it so I can make recommendations and such. Ione says, other than Wolflink having 20 hearts, none of them are worth downloading. Fair. Fair. Ione says, goes on to say they missed Wolflink. Oh, hello. Have I taken a picture of these? I have. Cool. I just wanted to, like, make sure I did snap a picture. Yeah, I heard a lot of people miss Wolflink, like, highly. Hold on. So close. Quick, 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 quick. Dang it. Stop it. Get help. Anyway, let's get back on the saddle. Welcome on in, Just Me, Carly. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're cleaning up Koroks in the Gerudo Highlands. We're in the canyon-facing part of them. But how are your streams? How have things been going for you, if you would, please? Well, Mr. Jason has already beaten me to it, so there we go. Mr. Jason says, mostly the amiibo give you materials and meat fish, Mr. Coin. Makes sense. Yeah, that's what I heard as well when looking at the differences between amiibos for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. And Mr. Jason says that they agree with Ione. Cool. Tension says, you saw that wolf outfit? Never got it, though. Wolf outfit. Oh, for the, like, in regard to the... Oh, no, you're talking about the Mystic set. Yeah, that's just exchange bubble gems. Although, admittedly, finding, like 100 some odd bubble frogs is kind of like Koroks, but not exactly like finding Koroks. At least you don't have to hear yahaha every time that you collect a bubble gem. At least there's that. Sonam Yangzong says 183 bananas. A Jaeger clan member. Ah, yes. Oh God, no. What is it? Oh, no, I got it now. If you guys know the reference, you know. I'm a banana yucca clan member. I go out and collect all kinds of yucca fruit. Y-U-C-C-A, yucca, banana yucca. It's yeah, but banana yucca is like a weird fruit. I'll explain what the reference is. Banana yuccas are a irradiated fruit in Fallout New Vegas. very succinctly exist in a... I feel like the Korok seeds are either above or below. Yeah, I see you up there, Korok seed. Don't think I don't. But you get them in a little canyon. It's part of the Honest Hearts DLC, where you deal with the legacy of the burned man. What do you want me to attach? Oh, you want me to use boxes. That's what this is. That's what this is for. Let's see if these 2 boxes are sufficient to get rid of this. But yeah, it's like it's just a weird fruit. That's all there is to it. Tensions are Sonam Yangzom says bonding? Indeed. Tension says you got that outfit, Mr. Coin, you were talking about, the Wolf Link outfit? Oh. And what do you think? Mr. Jason says, Tension says you made me go check. I mean, hey, you at least know you have it, right? And you're not having to pull an amiibo out of a hat or something to go get it. Sir Jason says, one simply cannot explain a large-scale organization in 20 or so words. You can't explain everything, but you can get a gist in 20 words. Sir Jason says, are you pulling the plug on another Korok's hiding place, Mr. Coin? Yeah, kind of. Mr. Jason has never heard of a Wolf Link outfit. I don't think I've heard of one either, but that doesn't mean it's not real. It just means I don't know. Sonam Yangzom says 115 prime meat. You cannibal. Oh, I have like tons of meat kind of lying around. I just don't have much need for it. Using meat in recipes is not efficient. That doesn't mean you should. So the basic trade-off, and this is something I can talk about that's gonna delve more into the walkthrough part of my channel Let's Plays. So basically, when it comes to meat or other healing items that you fold into your dishes, you're choosing, do you want health or do you want the effect? If you care about the effect more, you almost will never eat anything except mushroom, meat, and fish skewers with like a golden apple or a dragon part stapled in or thrown in for, a boost. For things like, I don't know, curried rice or, the apple tarts or, the honeyed candy or honeyed apples or glazed apples. You're getting an effect. What you're mostly trading is potency for healing. If you need a lot of health food, healing food, and you don't have any hearty food, that is mostly what you're trading up for, is that. How much of it are you trading up or down for? That depends on how many healing items you use. Meat, bog standard fish, herbs, or other grains are... Oh, I just missed whatever this was. Oh, did I just, what happened? Oh, I got one and not the other is what's happening. And I got the top portion. I did not get the underside. And I could see there is a Korok seed over there that we will go and grab first. Okay, cool. But that's mostly what I'm talking about when I say, if it's not efficient, you probably are not going to fold it into a recipe unless you just need the health restoratives right now. You're probably going to focus more on finding free finding free smoked meals or something. Tension says, Mr. Coin, do you know about the recipe where you can run faster for 30 minutes straight? It's got to be something like 4 hot-footed frogs or 4 fleet lotus seeds and a dragon part, right? Or a golden... I think it has to be a dragon part pretty specifically, now that I'm thinking on it. I know of a recipe like that, but not the specific one. Sonam Yangzong says, Dibs gotta go. Very well, Sonam Yangzong. 527. Thank you so much for stopping by. Very, very much appreciated. Good to see you. Hopefully I get to see you again sometime soon. But do rest well, my lovely senator. And if I don't see you again at any point in the future, you know, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. Tension says, yeah, do you use it? I couldn't tell you. I'll show you what I have in terms of... I've never made a 30-minute like speed boost dish in here. So my answer is no, I've not. But, that's because I don't really have too many dragon parts. Why ask, Tension? Just curious, or something? Is there like a specific purpose you had in mind? Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, Carly was playing a game earlier, and this one NPC, who she never met before, just started randomly talking about mushrooms." Well, we all have to have things we're interested in, right? Got to keep the throat clear. Mr. Jason says, you're very surprised to have not seen Aelin yet. Well, I mean, you did invoke the man's name like a handful of times now. I'm sure he'll show up soon enough. Attention says you can give the recipe if you want it. It helps find the Koroks quicker. Oh, I have a hover bike for that. we have the hover bike design for that. They help me find them omega quick. But sure, you can list the ingredients if you want. That's fine. I'm pretty sure if I'm thinking right, it's probably gonna be, it's either gonna be food, or it's gonna be, yeah, in fact it would have to be either fleet lotus seeds, swift violets, or hot-footed frogs. One of those things. Nice. Mr. Jason says, too true, Mr. Coin. You suppose that he could have been shy, and his selection of subjects still has much room to improve. That's kind of a good one. Okay, so we have... Hold on, let me see where that is. That is over by Birdo Lookout. Come on, video game, show me. I know I marked these. Here it is. Okay, I just had to see it for myself. And I think that's 2 more. I'm definitely going to have to, like, check my Korok count, because I feel like I've definitely erred in counting them correctly. I probably have not. Intention says, a dragon horn, 3 yellow fleet lotus seeds, and a swift carrot. Why the swift carrot? Because if I look at my... actually, this is a great time to talk about this. I can actually show you guys. I'm gonna need someone on YouTube to type this part in. But for people on Twitch, if you type in exclamation mark, it should be TOTK INGINFO. Let's see if I've got that correct. I probably do not. Nope, it is correct. Exclamation mark TOTK INGINFO on Twitch. For you guys on YouTube, if you type in it'll be star and specifically for the specifically for YouTube, it'll be star TOTKINGMETA. I'll go ahead and type that out. But if for those that type that in, you'll get access to a cooking metadata information sheet, which tells you things about potency, HP restored, what kind of effect, if anything, etc., etc. And on this sheet, if I look, in terms of food items, mushrooms and swift carrots have a level 1 potency on speed. Swift violets and fleet lotus seeds have a potency of 2. And potency is up to 10, I think. 10 or 15. So I think you have to have at least 10 or 8 for a high level. Oh no, they literally tell you what the maxes are. That's right. So with a speed up effect, it's you need to have at least 4 of these. So 4 fleet lotus seeds will do just fine. Tension says, or rushroom if you don't have a swift carrot. I have a decent number of rushrooms, and I probably need to buy more swift carrots for other reasons. But yeah, just fleet lotus seeds. They're farmable. They work really well. You can find a whole patch of fleet lotus seeds right here. And if you want to get like a quick Lionel kill in, you could do it. You could basically have your blue-haired Lionel or blue-maned Lionel kill here. And then other than that, there are some waterfalls with fleet lotus seeds. They're pretty easy to farm. You just got to take the time to do it. Let me go back over and catch up on chat. Mr. Coin says, Mr. Jason, someone was also talking to Carly about knitting, and you said if you keep giving them gifts, you might nurture a close-knit friendship. Indeed. Let's grab the one that I saw here, and then we can mark off some more for us to look at. Come on, Link, you can get up there. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. I believe it is up here. Yeah, we're already at 13 jokes, basically. I hope everyone has been enjoying the gameplay and commentary today. I am quite slow, as you can probably tell. I can definitely be the type that takes a long time to get things done. We're in episode 80 of this Let's Play. And I'm sure we could, you know, if I had turned this into a recording session, you know, we'd probably be on episode 60 right about now. But I like us being able to kind of contribute toward the Let's Play together. I sort of view my streams as a place where we all can have some say on what the content looks like. We don't really get a chance to do that. I'm also not headed at all in the right direction. We gotta fix that. It's up there. Well, hello, Mr. Blood Moon. I was wondering when you might show up. cool. Which means if there's an enemy up here, it's going to be a waste of time to try to kill it. But I'm going to have to kill it anyway. But I kind of like to view the streams as community-run content with a pilot. I'm your pilot. I'm the entertainer. But you guys are just as welcome to make content, to add to the content in the form of jokes, puns, insights, deep discussions, things that I sometimes don't even think of. I don't say them, you guys do, in the form of typing. That's kind of how I view my streams. It's like the community luau in Stardew Valley, you know, where you throw in all the items into the pot and you have to, you know, feed the governor, and his reaction is based on the stuff you've tossed into the pot. Yeah, you know, and who's the governor in this situation, you might ask? Oh, that's easy. It's the worldwide internet. The worldwide internet is the governor. And, you know, and the governor, we don't really have a way to easily know how many, what kinds of things the governor likes. You just kind of have to, you know, make the soup and hope it's good, and hope people don't toss things in like racism or homophobia or, you know, weird comments in the meantime. Mr. Jason says, true, Mr. Quinn, I could not have phrased what you said any better. You are the perfect pilot, and you've mastered autopilot. Oh no, I've not mastered autopilot at all. Because if I did, I'd be a lot better at streaming and gaming, but alas, I suppose we all kind of have to have our Achilles heel somewhere, right? Let's see, what about either of these? These are good. I know we're not going to get done by hour number 3, but after that, we're going to head toward the statue, I think. Is this next one, like, right here? I believe so. We're sitting at what? We're sitting at what? I know my count is off. We have to be, like, approaching 930 of them, I think. You know what I'm gonna do? I need to know. I need to know how off my count is. I'll make a new hover bike. Let's just see. 925. Okay. I'm also going to double check and make sure I've marked off the correct things on my map. It would be really, really quite a shame if I couldn't get that correct. Okay. Sorry, it was bothering me, is what I'm going to say here. This was bothering me. I wanted to get it correct. Luckily, we still have... I was gonna say luckily, no, I ran out of cold food. Guess what we're doing? We're throwing out a couple of cook pots. Because I want to be able to, do things. Mr. Jason says, so we're definitely approaching 9:30, Mr. Coin. In the UK. Yeah, that's true. You are basically 6 hours out from me, so that makes a lot of sense. And TCC time is also 6 hours ahead of where I am, just in the actual real world. We're going to select for recipe. Do it like this. We might as well keep making them. No, I did not want to do that. Okay, that should be enough for my purposes. You know what the funny thing about this is? I could pause this right here, and you guys subject people to endless blood moon blood moon ambience. Of course people would leave, but I could do that. Tension says, Mr. Coin, if you cook during a blood moon, you get better food. That is true. That is 100% correct. You do, in fact, get good, better food during a blood moon. You crit more often. You don't need a golden apple to force one quite as much.
When the glow.
And I think that last dish was, in fact, cooked during the last half hour of a blood moon. Mr. Jason says, to be fair, Mr. Coin, while you do match Blathers due to the yapping, we love you for that. But you're also respectable like Blathers. I appreciate that. Mr. Jason, I need to sort this properly. We're gonna eat this, and we're gonna get to work. At least now my Korok, I know my map and my Korok count are correct. I still can't believe we have only 75 left. I have truly I've been looking forward to this. I know I keep talking about it. I know I keep bringing it up as like a point of contention, but I can't tell you how excited I am. It's the level of excitement I'm feeling right now is kind of like, hold on, what am I hearing? What am I hearing? What happened? Oh, something I'm not getting. Let's continue. It's kind of like defeating the first 2 bosses in a World of Warcraft raid, where you know there are a lot more bosses to go, but you know, just killing the first couple, defeating the first couple really is kind of like, you know, it's kind of like already seeing a bit of a light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. Goodbye. Are you serious? Again? Come on, Giga Clan. Get out of here. Bye. Even I'm starting to find that unironically funny. Let's make sure I've not missed chat any. Okay. So far, so good. I think. I'm just double checking. All right. Things have kind of calmed down a bit. I did enjoy, you know, it being, you know, hella filled today, though. I'm really happy about that. It's nice to know that my YouTube algorithm has, you know, done its job. And that, I see you over there, Lizalfos. You can't hide from me. Get out of here. Nuh-uh. It feels good. Although, I should also say, I think what I've decided is that if you know, the streamer special does win, right? Like, we actually vote on games here on the channel, which is another reason why I push my Discord as hard as I do. We have a long-running vote item right now for what game you guys want to see me play next. I think what I have decided with the streamer's choice if I win is I'm going to transition over to challenge running Elden Ring Reforged again, and my reasoning for that is mostly like a personal real life reason, and that is I need to like free up some space in my life to handle some other things, and not having to engineer a unique thumbnail each day would kind of give me the ability to do that. Would give me more ability to do that. Let's catch back up on chat. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you woke up one day and all that you could see were video game accessories? You think that you might have peripheral vision? It's peripheral time. Welcome on in, Aelin. Good to see you. Yes, bitches, indeed. Welcome on in. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good hour. We are cleaning up Koroks, and we really only have a handful left of them to get before we start on the tower quest, or the Heroine script quest. Aelin asks, any ramming? Nope. No ramming yet. Mostly, you know, either melting down or freezing up ice breath or fire breath Lizalfos. That's mostly what's been happening today. God, you guys are getting pretty darn close to the community points challenge. You got 3K left. If people pour in another like 2,000 spread over the next 2 days, which I foresee this happening, when that completes, I'll make a note to I'll definitely make a note to have a hat that day. Bye. Oh, that's not bye. Let me not do that. I did not mean to capture, but that's fine.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Aelin says, oh yeah, hey Coin's mom.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content.
Thank you for sitting through that, guys. You guys have been awesome as always. We do take commercial breaks at the top of the hour. They're 3 minutes long. There will be a timer above my head. Once the commercial break has ended and that timer reaches 0, I will have returned to my desk and we can get right back to the gaming, the thing we care about. I did put some hard work into that chill, but that doesn't mean I think it's good, nor do I think people want to sit through that. I know we don't. So the automation is for efficiency purposes only. Otherwise, I would, you know, honestly, I'd cut that out if I could, but I can't. But Aelin was saying, hey, Coin's mom, your son's a very nice young man. I appreciate that. I will let my mom know that you said that. Not you specifically. I try to leave individual audience members' names out of it, just for security and safety reasons. But I'll let her know that the warm sentiment. I think she's gotten a kick out of some of what you guys have to say. Absolutely overjoyed at some of the compliments. I really do mean that. Tension says, that's a major accomplishment, Mr. Coin. Most people stop at 500. Well, I'm here in the deep south, and if there's one thing us southerners know, it's true grit. And I didn't come to collect 500 Koroks to not continue on to 1,000. 500 more. We only have 500 more of them suckers left to collect, and by God, by Jove, I intend to collect that debt. Okay, enough hamming that up. Mr. Jason says, if you were to take a screenshot of your chat, Mr. Coin, you would have truly captured your audience. Aelin says, also tell her these exact words. Banana cheesecake. Hold on. Hold on. I'll pass it along, but I'm going to do even better. I can send her a post. My mom and I have Discord, so I can pass it along like this. But I'll probably say the words straight up. Now that'll be permanently immortalized too. Just banana cheesecake randomly. Okay, where is the hover bike? I know it was around here somewhere. I just need to get up to a vantage point to find it. I bet it is probably either back. I know I tagged it, so I wonder what the heck's going on. Banana cheesecake sounds good though. I'm not gonna lie, that made me hungry. That made me extra hungry. Alan says that's gonna be my new greeting to people, banana cheesecake. You're gonna make them hungry. If that's what you want to do, kudos to you. might be a bit more palatable compared to bitches, honestly. But maybe that's just because of the type of audience I curate, and not so much because people might not enjoy that particular choice of words or anything. Oh man, I hope everyone had a good weekend, by the way. I meant to say that earlier when there were more people. I hope your weekend was a good one. I had an amazing weekend. I got to hang with friends. I wish all of them could have been there, but you know, I got a chance to open up to a friend, and you know that I don't normally open up to, because we have different levels of friend. I'll have to talk more about that after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everyone. I am back. hopefully we all got to enjoy the commercial break, and by that I mean grabbed a snack, got up, stretched, did something you guys wanted to do, as opposed to sit through 3 minutes of ads, because I know that nobody likes that. Aelin says, but yeah, banana cheesecake sounds great. You'll try it and report back. Please do. I would be curious. I'm a huge foodie, so I enjoy seeing the journey that people take with food. Do that if you feel like it. No pressure. You don't even know what the F Kofi is, and it's not an invitation to plug it. That's just the bot doing that. More than anything. That's all automated stuff. Coffee is a best way I could describe it is like an alternative to Patreon. Patreon is a donation platform for streamers to upload content to as well, like exclusive stuff. You might have often heard someone plug like their Patreon or Coffee or like their merch pages and so on. Patreon and Coffee is kind of like that for me. There are places to go where people can get most of the same benefits as Twitch for far, far less. Stuff that's available, for example, at the $12.99 tier is available at the $3 tier, and like so on. Etc., etc. That's pretty much all it is. What did you just... Oh, you wanted to just not hear it. Oh, I can be a bit dense. Sorry. Whoops. Did not meet... I should have read the room. I didn't read the room right. Oh. I get what this is. I did not get that. No, I don't even know. That's replying to the bot. This is directly to me. Yeah, I didn't read the sentence right. Oops. Sorry. Mr. Jason says, when COVID restrictions first lifted, Mr. Coin, you decided to go bowling with your friends that you've not seen for a while. They were clearly hesitant as they'd not been out of their homes for a long while, so you decided to just go first to get the ball rolling. Too true. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you were in a random Animal Crossing New Horizons stream a few days ago, and you got to talking about Hotel Chocolat, and by the end of the stream, they said that they're putting that 200-pound signature cabinet on their throne. Whether they did or not, you don't know, but yeah, well, I mean, you got someone singing the praises of Hotel Chocolat, so, good on you. Alan says, anywho, the first snow of the year happened yesterday. Like 2 to 3 inches. You don't know what that is in Jason units? Oh, I could probably tell you. 2.54 times 2 would be 5.8. So 3 times 2.54 is like 7. I want to say 7.62 centimeters. Mr. Jason can double check my math, but I'm pretty sure that's 7.62 centimeters. I used to be a STEM major, so one of the things I had to get very good at was metric to imperial conversions. Of course, it's been too long since I've used those conversions, but Mr. Jason says you have no idea. Well, you know what? Let's whip out the calculator right now, and I will I'll crunch the quick math. YouTube has not changed any, so I can do that. Let's see. Yep, 7.62. I was correct. Anytime you want to know how big a centimeter is to an inch, remember that a centimeter is approximately 60% bigger than a centimeter. Like, it takes 1.5 more of a centimeter to equal out an inch. Yeah, 5 to 7 centimeters. That's a pretty good, like, quick shorthand. Of course, the more inches you try to, like, do that with, the more you try to do that with higher measurements, like higher numbers of measurements, the less accurate that is. So just bear that in mind. You get like a bunch of rounding errors. You want to, like, it's good for quick estimates. That rule is good for like quick single-digit estimates, but I wouldn't rely on it more than that. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I like that your camera is triangle shaped. Thank you. If it was circle shaped, it would be pointless. I knew I was forgetting something. I know exactly what I forgot. The Seinfeld meme. I need to, like, write that down. Wait. What sort of combat was going on here? I don't know what the game, what I had aggroed. I think maybe I might have aggroed like a Aracuda or something. Or else a Yiga clan member nearby. That's the other thing I could think of. Okay, what the heck is all this? Oh, man. You know, your mileage on puns may very much vary. Also, I guess is like a different point of order. I've been watching the Metroid Prime 4, you know, Beyond. I've been watching a couple of streamers or content creators make content of it. I feel like this is a land the target. Never mind. Maybe what I can't tell is if it's up here or like on the ring itself. But okay, it's up top, which is kind of what I thought was going to be the case. I saw Miles McKenzie. He's not as chatty as I was given the impression of. We thought it was land on a target. It was actually a goal ring. It's about the same thing, though. You could have literally swapped the two puzzles and it would have been the same. Let's double check chat. Tension says, Mr. Coin, you said it's 187 Koroks in Age of Calamity. Mr. Jason has come in with the record, 175, or with the appropriate amount. 175 in Age of Calamity. Mr. Jason says, in some of these puzzles, you have some targets to hit. Too true. Alan says, how did you come up with it? Just curious, and that also goes for all the other beings. I'm sorry, I guess I'm not quite parsing that question, Alan. When you say come up with it, oh, are we talking like the gesture? Like the gesture that I do? I guess I'll wait and see what you say. Like, you mean my username? Ah, okay, cool. I'm glad I didn't, you know, start chugging 20 minutes ahead. Mr. Jason, oh, you mean Mr. Jason's, oh. Oh, yeah, so you're just asking how everyone got their usernames. Okay, I read the question properly now. So my username, Coinstamp, was my World of Warcraft account name. That, not the username for, like, the characters or anything, but, like, the account name itself. I just happened to come up with coin stamp on the fly. My dad gave me World of Warcraft retail for my 14th birthday. And we had to come up with an account name, so that's what he and I came up with. And I've basically used it as a moniker ever since. It's silly, I know. It's really not deep, but Coinstamp to me represents not only a brand, but, you know, also, you know, my past as well. My past and my future. You know, this username is associated with a fair bit of trauma. I try not to talk about it, but when I was a young kid playing in MMOs, and even as a young college educated person, I was in chat rooms and I would have, and you know, sometimes the jokes were in good fun, and other times people, the folks that I raided with or were in the guild with, knew that I was on the spectrum. Like, I didn't hide that back then either. And they made the joke anyway. So because they made the jokes anyway, I often wouldn't get it. And I didn't learn until perhaps later. I didn't fully understand that some of the things being said were, like, at my expense. So on one hand, I associate that name with pain. On the other hand, I've made it more than that. Like, it's a name of my own making now, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. Mr. Jason says, but yeah, Mr. Coin, your YouTube name is based on a video game on PS1 that released in 1998. Are we talking about the Alundra name, or are we talking about the Troll Castle King Jason name, or something else? Alan says you got Alan from your dad. He's always Alan online, so you just took it and made it shorter. Gotcha. Makes sense. Mr. Jason says duly noted. So if we see an Alan, we won't see the bitches mentioned then. He's the big rammer. Got it. Okay, Mr. Jason says, yes, that is in regards to Alundra. Duly noted. Just Me Carly says, your fiance is autistic, so when people take the piss out of autistic people, it really pisses me off. Got duly noted. They didn't specifically poke fun at me on the spectrum or anything. They didn't, like, allude to that. They had enough, like, tact for that. It's mostly just oh, you know, I didn't get the joke. And they're like, well, dude, you know, explaining the joke ruins the joke. So I learned that a lot of jokes were inside jokes. That's really about it. And of course, you know, I'm not perfect either. I was a bit of a hellion. You know, I got in people's business. I was nosy. I am some of the reason for my own trauma. And I am unafraid to say that. You know, I was a nosy, holier-than-thou person who saw fit to tell people on some occasion how to live and what they were experiencing, what they were feeling even. It wasn't until I became like a middle-aged, or like it wasn't until I was like 23 or 24 that a switch just turned on and I mellowed out somewhat. And I learned a lot of what I did was not okay. So I've changed my behavior. You know, I've made sure that behavior is corrected moving forward. I've become more healed. Heeled. Healed person as a result. No problem, Tension, anytime. Tension asks, Mr. Coin, do you have the DLC for Age of Calamity? If there's DLC for... I'd have to double check to see if I had the Season Pass for that. If I did, I got the Season Pass. It would have been at the time when I was in college, so I think I might have gotten the Season Pass for that then, but um, but if I do have it, you know, that'll be something worth talking about later, Tension. Well, yes, we know they're not married yet, Mr. Jason. But this was something I learned because I put my foot in it when talking about people's relationships before. You don't need to call out, and this isn't me chewing you or anything. This is what I've learned and experienced, because, you know, I would always be the person that's like, oh, well, I mean, you guys have talked about your relationship. First, it's none of my business what people talk about when, if it's not in relation to me. The second thing is sometimes a lot of people are hugely into you manifest what you're thinking. You manifest things into being. I don't necessarily agree with that, but that's not really the point. So it's like, what is this? No, there's no way that's right. Hold on, this one's gonna take me a second. Okay, so how does it want me to do this? Oh, I think I see how. It's like this. There we go. I told a couple once that, you know, there's always the future that you're uncertain of. You don't tell a couple that. You just don't. They were former raid mates of mine. They did not take very kindly to that. I learned. You just don't comment on people's relationships unless you're, you know, making an observation about what people have already said. You don't make observations about the future. Telling someone you're not sure if they're gonna, you know, be with a future person they're hanging out with is a pretty good way to get yourself kicked out of friend groups and other stuff. That's what I've learned. I hope there really isn't any true antagonization going on. That's the next thing I'll say. Okay, you stay right there, hoverbike. I can deal with this. Let me make sure nothing has changed. We're good there. Now what's all this? Oh, Yiga plan, yes. Yiga clan, plates. Offering plates. What do you think we go in, and what do you think goes into the offering plate? I know. How about some bananas? Mr. Jason says, yeah, Mr. Coin, I think that was that was stepped a little far for sure. You said nothing of the sort. Of course, I'm only talking about what I went through was about a couple steps removed from what just happened. Cool, I'm glad I got that correct. We were... The whole, that whole exchange about they're not married yet, fiancé is the step before line. That's what my conversation was in regard to. I sort of used that as a excuse to talk about my own experience on commenting on people's relationships. That's all. That's mostly what I meant. And all of that. And I hope people... honestly, it sounds like people are confused, so I'm gonna like drop the thing now. That's all right with everybody. There's always the VOD if people want to go back and check that conversation in particular. Oh, we already... Yeah, okay, that pin is not needed now. Okay, how many more do we have? 4? 4. Just 4. Okay, cool. And they're all kind of right here at the entrance to Carusa Valley. Alan says, so what's your favorite supervillain? Not sure I have one. So I guess I should start by asking what you mean by supervillain. Are we talking like a Marvel, DC comic book supervillain? Or is the definition broader, narrower than that? Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? Oh, okay, I recognize where that is on the map. Okay, that just took me entirely too long to figure out. What is that a tent? Yeah, it sure is, and I have to fly right into the desert to get it. Cool, great, fine. You know what? Cool. That's fine, I guess. Maybe over here somewhere. Then we have... one here. And... it looks like us. Yeah, no, except it's not. It's like over here. Okay. Tension says, I'm sorry, I'm skipping all over the place. Mr. Jason says, I quite like the Super Mario Maker 2 troll creators. Oh, man. Tension says, Thanos is my favorite supervillain, Mr. Coin. Alan says, yeah, comic villain, like the Joker or Thanos or something. Ooh, okay. That's kind of a tough one. Alan says they like Condiment King. Well, I'm thinking about how I want to answer that, because I actually don't have a ready, tailor-made answer for that. Mainly because I'm not a comic book person. I'm not like a super big comic book person. Who's Condiment King? Like which series do they come from, I guess? Maybe that's like a good starting point. Supervillain, who do I like? Maybe Mr. Freeze? Yeah, Mr. Freeze. Why Mr. Freeze specifically? Because his story is particularly tragic or touching. You could kind of like, he still does horrible things, and so he should pay a penance for that. But you can understand why you can understand why he takes the actions that he takes, Mr. Freeze. Aelin says Condiment King is a joke Batman villain. Makes sense. He has like ketchup and mustard bottles for arms. That's hilarious. I can't imagine Batman taking a person like Condiment King very seriously. No offense to Condiment King or to Batman as a whole. Oh, is it a rock? I think it's a rock. It's gotta be a rock. Mr. Jason says it's kind of annoying. It's asking you to go into uncharted territory. Not much to do about that, right? I guess I could like ignore the Korok, but if I already pressed that button. I could ignore it, but then we would just be putting it off until way, way later than I want. And I don't want that. Mr. Jason says Condiment King was never good at school. He always had to catch up. Oh my god. Real spinster over here. That's one of the reasons we like Mr. Jason. Good stand-up comedian, that one. Aelin says, but truly you like the Joker or Bane, and if you think he counts, Loki is cool. If we're talking about comic book Loki, sure. Yeah, because that is what we're discussing is comic book villains. Yeah, that version of Loki, that counts. If we're talking like the actual Norse god that the comic book character is based off of, different story. Yeah, I think I'll sit by that. I quite like Mr. Freeze's story. I was trying to think if there was any other villain that sort of like one-ups this for anyone else, but where is the... Oh, is it over there? It's over there. Cool, okay. Just me, I'm sorry. Carly says, not really comic book, but your regular favorite villain is President Snow from the Hunger Games. I could see it. You think he's a really well-written character? Yeah, I guess that kind of broadens the scope, like other villains. Mr. Jason says, that villain is only low-key cool, though. Oh my god. That really was quite the low-key piece of fruit, huh? Let me come and find this Korok over here. It's in quicksand, I might add. My goodness. Oh, I managed to park that perfect. Aelin says if we're going on just villains in general fiction, you like Sauron. That's a good one. Yeah, let me actually broaden this to the whole audience. My lovely senators, if in general, like fiction, you know, not just comic books, do you have a favorite villain out of there? Maybe one that, you know, trumps Thanos or something? Let's see, what is my favorite general villain? I hate being the Warcraft nerd again, but I'm gonna do it. One of my favorite, if somewhat overrated villains in that game, in that series, is a woman by the name of Sylvanas Windrunner. She is also called the the Banshee Queen. I not mean to click on that one. There's entirely too much history with Sylvanas to like go over all of it, but essentially she was once a elven ranger, a high elven ranger. High elf is just a specific kind. Don't worry about that. That detail's not important. But she was a high elven ranger that campaigned. She ended up campaigning with a man named Arthas Menethil, a ruler over Lordaeron. I'm gonna be tossing out proper nouns left and right, so make of that what you will. And somewhere along the way, Arthas grabs a sword called Frostmourne that had the spirit of a dead orc in it named Ner'zhul. Ner'zhul was the previous sword's like Lich King, the previous wielder. His spirit was in that sword. Arthas took a hold of that sword, and along with things that Arthas did later in life, he became really corrupted. He became known as the Lich King. I'm going to be talking a second before I read comments. One of the things he did was kill Sylvanas. I think her name would have been Illyria Windrunner. Or, no, I think Illyria might have been her sister. But yes, he killed her. He killed Sylvanas and then raised her up to be a banshee. A dark ranger of sorts. She was able to escape, you know, being under his control and she came to lead a group of people called the Forsaken, undead humans from Lordaeron who were being hunted down by humans from Stormwind. You know, the humans killing their own, like, dead, so to speak. I'm trying to just make sure I don't go too incredibly off kilter from where I'm wanting to go. Let's park here. So, Sylvanas' whole thing for a while was revenge. Revenge against Arthas for what he did to her. Which I think is a perfectly good reason to take a path of revenge like what she did. I think that's fine. Come on, Link. I need you to, like, grasp the cliff face so that we can, get the necessary climbing gear on. Unfortunately, Sylvanas did worse. He ended up being way worse than Arthas ever was. She ended up inventing a plague bomb that was with the help of many Forsaken alchemists, was capable of leveling whole human towns. She betrayed the Horde, one of the factions in the game, that she ended up becoming chieftain to for a while. She was responsible for committing many atrocities in the name of war, and basically completely disrupting how souls were processed. All in the name of revenge or a complete lack of hope. I'm sorry, but what the heck is... Where is this Korok seed? I have, like, its coordinates. It's, like, right around here. Am I, like, missing something or what? Ah, that would be why. It's this. I liked her before she became super retconned. I would say Sylvanas is not really one of my favorite villains now, but she was for a really, really long time. Alan said, oh, I'm missing messages left and right. Mr. Jason says, when constructing the Black Gate, a minion asked Sauron if it was too big and if we need less door. Sauron says, no, more door. Bonafide jokester right there. Mr. Jason says, how did Sauron lose weight? He ate in more duration. Okay. Fine joke, but that is definitely a Titus laugh for sure. Alan says he also think Ishmael from Wheel of Time is a good villain. I have no knowledge of the Wheel of Time. I know that it's like I know it's a show that exists, but I don't know much more than that. Okay, I have tracked this on the map. We actually have one more, and then we can kind of at least try to capstone our journey with the quest, that we were given. World of Warcraft lore is really, 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 really dense. It's actually so dense that there are novels. There are whole novels about yay big that I have one called The Shattering. It's a novel written about the introduction to the fourth expansion, The Cataclysm. It's a whole it's a book series. It's a whole book series. There's Sundering, The Shattering. I think it might be The Sundering that I'm thinking of. And there are like several others. The story is huge. Too much to go over. One of my favorite character in that franchise is Jaina Proudmoore, and she has so much history that I could quite literally fill a small, probably 50-page, like, pocket novel with it. And it would just, from cover to cover, it would barely contain everything. Mr. Jason says, I do have help. Mr. Shiny. Partner in crime, not help. Mr. Jason says, I'm glad you have a better quality version of that laugh, Mr. Coin. I'm thankful for that as well. You don't know how long the original one would have tided us over. Or would have tied us over. Oh my god. I also just didn't even equip the suit of armor I wanted to equip. The power of jokes, everyone. Aelin says the Wheel of Time is this big fantasy series that actually a lot of other fantasy things are taken from. Yeah, probably. Like the, like those Forsaken in World of Warcraft are probably based off the Forsaken in the Wheel of Time. Isn't the Wheel of Time also a book series, Aelin? You're the purveyor of the big fantasy series, so you would know this. I really don't. I think I might have seen something like that in my stepmother's book collection. Okay, yes, I've seen those books then. I haven't actually read them, but I've at least seen them, so I know of them. Aelin says, yeah, you're on the 3rd book. Oh, what are the Forsaken in that book? If you don't mind my asking, since we're talking about like literature and other like written medium, yeah, I'll let you decide how much or how little of a spoiler you want to make things. Carly says one of your other favorite villains is Vecna from Stranger Things. Ah, yes, Vecna. I can certainly see why people would gravitate to Vecna as a favorite villain. There's a lot to like, but it is also like Stranger Things doesn't have the trappings of the usual fantasy setting. It's based on like a fictional representation of what the United States was back during a certain period of time, or basically like the whole world during a certain period of time. So you say it might be harder to like Vecna because Vecna is simultaneously more and less relatable. Nope. I am not. Yiga Clan, we are talking right now. Get out of here. Shoo! Shoo! Yeah, I could see why. I'd have to ask my dad. He's the one that watches Stranger Things. He can maybe give me his impression of what he thinks about Vecna. Because I don't really have an impression other than a couple of snippets of information. Mr. Jason says one of your friends runs a farm and one of his scarecrows won an award recently for being outstanding in the field. Ah, too true. Alan says the Force Awakening Wheel of Time are these super powerful... Oh, the Forsaken. Yep. Are these powerful people from the Age of Legends and they serve the Dark One? Well, I'm sure... I definitely think there is supposed to be a reference, as Sylvanas is also often called the Dark Lady a lot. Was the Dark One a female by chance? Or was the Dark One a more mysterious entity than that? Okay, and that is, according to my map anyway, the last Korok? I think so. No Korok there. That looks wrong. That rock face looks wrong. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Okay, we definitely have, we have 18 minutes. Yeah, let's go on to the statue. I think we'll have just enough time for me to, like, figure out what to do with that. I know it's got something to do with shining a light on the heroine. I just don't know what else there is yet. Alan says, nah, the Dark One is just an evil entity. Okay, so this is that. Sylvanas is definitely more of an inspiration, or like using an inspiration and not a direct reference. The Wheel of Time actually takes some things from Lord of the Rings. Like there's a mountain range called the Mountains of Mist. Ah, the Mountains of Moria. Of course. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Mr. Jason says, a few weeks ago, one of your books fell and your friends had Mr. Coin. Oh. You only have my shelf to blame. Oh my god. that is a dad pun of dad puns, if there was ever a dad pun or dad joke out there. You must tell a lot of these to your nieces that you've talked about a couple of times, Mr. Jason. Would I be correct? Do you often use them as practice for stand-up? Okay, so let's see. I think I know what we need to do. I think I know exactly what we need to do. We just need to figure out a way to shine light onto the chess piece there. Aylin, it's Mr. Jason. What do you think? If you're asking yourself whether you're whether there's a crap in your pants, you probably already know the answer. And the question is hyperbolic, which is totally fine. Just, there should never be a doubt in your mind as to what kind of extent the jokes should be like. The joke should be like what kind of extent the jokes will go, and how cheesy the puns get. Mr. Jason says, not really. You share most of these lovely puns with streamers. For comedic on-screen value. That makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately, we have to. I did not mean to do that. Just one piece of wood, please. And do that. I see you over there, Skullcoblin. Get out of here. I'm just... all I'm gonna say is that these are, like, definitely... like, these are definitely dad jokes that would definitely get your nieces laughing. That's all I would say about it. We're gonna sit until noon. Because the only way we're shining light on anything is during the daytime, properly. As a reminder, since there is some a bit of bookkeeping, tomorrow I am having that dinner with the veteran support group that I'm part of. So I may or may not be pushing that stream back by an hour. I don't think I need to do anything, but I need to figure out from the person that presides over me, that holds more rank than I do, whether or not I need to be there early for any particular reason. So I will get that information to you guys. Oh, this probably doesn't count, but I thought I would at least give a parting explosion. we're gonna have to come to some kind of compromise on the jokes. Aelin says, "Oh yeah, bye bitches and have fun with the dinner thing." Thank you. It does count. I'm glad I could make that happen. Aelin, thank you so much for the company. You've been wonderful as always. I, do hope to see you back sooner rather than later. But do rest well, good sir. If I don't see you again for whatever reason, for whatever this reason the wretched world wants to provide us, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And good luck. Good luck to your future, like choral future choral endeavors with like the music festival and everything. Good luck. I hope you won't need it, but good luck anyway. And it does count. Thank you. All right, so we have, I think since there's no easy way to do this, I think what I need to probably do is take out actually, I don't know how this is gonna work. Because I know I need to whip out a mirror. I've got that part. What I don't know is... Okay, that one is lost to the ether. Let us pull out another one. Yeah, see, it has to be the bona fide mirror. It can't be on my shield. So, like, find a way... I'm sorry. Was that a Yiga clan member just now? Be gone! Mr. Jason says Ganon is actually afraid of the internet, Mr. Coin. There are too many links! Dun dun dun! Okay. Yeah, that... Get out of here. Why is everyone and their mother trying to make this complicated? All I want to do is shine a stupid mirror. Oh my god, I actually have to rest and do it again. I actually have to do it again. I need to destroy fused material. Let's bring out a new mirror. This time, just use Ultra Hand on it. Okay, hold on. Need to get it in the right place. There we go. Yay! That was a really easy puzzle. Bye! Mr. Jason says, are you going to take the time to reflect on this puzzle, Mr. Coin? I have reflected and found it wanting. Yes, I'm trying to make sure I know what I'm saying here. Hello? What the heck? That's a Gibdo? I'm sorry, what? Are these weak to light by any chance? No. How about fire? Gibdo bone. The creepy bones with multiple sharp tips. Attach it to a weapon to greatly increase its attack power. It tends to break easily due to its odd shape. Huh. So what I saw in... This is probably not what that was. But do you guys remember the little cartilage fragment that we saw in the Elden Mountain Range? I don't think these come from Gibdos, but oh, these things freaking it's because it's a spear, right? And is that it? Okay. Moth Gibdo. These things frickin' fly. What the heck? No. You know what I'm doing? Hey, Aelin, I know you're not here, but this one's for you. I sincerely dislike these things. I'm not, like, irrationally scared of them, but they are creepy. Oh, and yeah, you actually need to use flame on these. It's like, so, okay. Sorry, I'm going like all over the place. So, it's like they it's like they fused the Gibdo. Let me get the right finger here. It's like they fused the Gibdo with an Anubis. And for those that don't know what the Anubis is, that is an enemy in Ocarina of Time that you could only kill by using fire. So you could burn a Gibdo or a Redead in Ocarina of Time. You could burn a Gibdo to remove the bandaging and it becomes a Redead, right? But you didn't need fire to kill them. Now you do, which is interesting, to say the least. Mr. Jason says, on a serious note now, Mr. Coin, you don't know why Nintendo called these Gibdo. The Gibdo in Majora's Mask were the mummified ones. I mean, these were mummified. I think that's the implication, is that, you know, we're dealing with bona fide mummies, and it's just the way that Nintendo depicts mummies now is different than the way that they were depicted earlier. Let's take a nice snapsy. That is not... Okay. Gibdo wing. A wing that catches the light. Arrows and thrown weapons fly farther with this item attached. Okay. That's cool. So, they didn't freak me out as bad as I thought they would. I was expecting them to be like, I don't know, Wind Waker style Redeads. Oh, we need a fan. That's what you're telling me. We need a fan for this. Oh my god, it's like we literally make our own gust bellows. That's pretty funny. Mr. Jason says, so we're starting to unwrap the mystery of the desert a little bit. A little bit. Oh, to unwrap the mystery of the desert. Yes, we are in fact doing that. Tingle's hood. There was once a man who claimed to be the very reincarnation of a fairy. He treasured this hood, and so will you. After all, it's a rather rare find. Kulu Limpa. Also, Link was look at this. Link was like bobbing in and out of existence while that was going on. Mr. Jason says, no wonder the Gibdos were here. The treasure was cursed. It apparently... Carly says you're going to head out. You have work early in the morning, but you've enjoyed hanging out. Thank you for hanging out with us today, Carly. I really appreciate it. It was good seeing you. I hope to see you back sooner than later, madam. Do rest well and be well. My lovely senator. And, I hope to see you sooner rather than later, but if I don't for whatever reason, you know, whatever reason this world wants to provide, you know, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, we're going to find the bubble frog for today and call it good. Okay. So we're gonna have like a couple of these spots where there's just dust, like loose dust. And I get the feeling that's how we're going to uncover the bubble frog, is by looking around for an area that is, you know, not supposed to be... Oh, hello. There was just straight up a fan here. Could probably pull that out. Sir Jason says there's less dust in this cave than there is your room. Well, I mean, that's probably a reason to clean, yeah? Okay. Clearly not here. Where else could this, like, probably... Trust me, breathing in dust is, like, really bad for your lungs. It's, like, extra bad. I know from experience, I don't like cleaning. Ironic, I do that for a living, right? You know, I often have to clean people's houses while I'm using them and sitting in them and etc., etc. That's different. It in fact has solidified my dislike of cleaning further. I really do not like doing it. As a result, all of my tasks for house upkeep are outdoors, with the exception of the microwave, which that I can do. I don't know. I, you know, sit for clients. I don't want to do the same thing at home. Okay, I gotta figure out what the deal with this room is. Because this is a cave, there's no way there's not a bubble frog here. If we go over stream for this, that's fine. The important thing is we find the bubble frog. How devious is this one gonna be? Ah, that's why. It literally was just look at the dust pile you didn't find. Much like cleaning a room, you know. Low-tech problems call for low-tech solutions. Just gonna crawl in through here. Bubble frog is literally right there. And it's already done and dusted. Done and over with. And I'm glad there is not another Gibdo anywhere nearby. I did not mean to record that. I also think, and this is, you know, I think Nintendo is sort of learning from their mistakes, quote unquote, where not only did they want to avoid, kind of like with Sonia's spine being like collapsed by Ganondorf punching it, and it was like a completely bloodless death, right? Perfect for age rating. I think a lot of the Gibdos are like, I think the Gibdos are like this for that reason too. I also think they have learned from, you know, basically putting body horror in a game that 12-year-old or 8-year-old children might play, and so they don't do that. Obviously, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are, you know, marketed more... They're marketed more for, like, teenagers as opposed to, like, children. So, like, teenagers can handle macabre topics like these fine, but 8-year-olds not really. They don't know what that stuff is. They have problems thinking in abstracts as is. Hold on, I literally just lost the side quest. Where was this? There we are. That's the last one. Mr. Jason says you were playing Pokemon Go in your local park the other week. Mr. Coin, some people were playing Frisbee. You weren't looking as you were focused on the game, and so you didn't see this object heading towards you. But then it hit, then it hit you. It's only Monday. It's only Monday. We don't need to push for records. We don't need we don't need to hit 100. I know that's like a really hot topic item. We don't need to hit 100, I promise. Jokes and puns, that is. It can slow down. Let's see. You solved the riddle and obtained the treasure. That we did. So I think that's where we're going to conclude things for now. Next time on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, we're going to finish grabbing all these caves, and we're going to hopefully find some more Gibdos to, like, melt off. Because they're really not all that bad. They're like an interesting enemy, but nothing further. I thought they would be a lot spookier, kind of more of a rare, limited edition type enemy. Which is kind of what you would expect with, like, the Moldugas. The Gerudo are just known for having different creatures in their land, and that's fine. But I look forward to learning more about the land since the 5 years that we were last in it. I want to hope that there is the whole Link needs to dress up in order to get in is relaxed. I want to find that out on my own. My lovely senators and inductees, this has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. My name is Coinstamp. Most people call me Coin. Pretty easy to say. You guys have been a wonderful audience today. I will see you guys tomorrow. Plus or minus an hour. It just kind of depends on, what information I get from the person in charge. But this has been a fun time today. I really enjoyed everyone's company. You guys are wonderful. Okay, enough glazing. Time to go with the outro. I do hope you guys stay safe and take care of yourselves out there. You guys know all that algorithmic stuff to do. It'll be in my link tree, either underneath the video player, or it'll be in the YouTube description at the bottom. Attention says, God bless. God bless you, brother. Thank you. And likewise, God bless. Godspeed be to you. Other than the algorithmic stuff, you're welcome amongst any of my hallowed halls anytime, especially my Discord. It is the most hallowed and most sacred of halls. Do check it out. Also available in the link tree as well. Just click on the little Discord icon up toward the top and not the panel toward the bottom. That'll bring you to an equally awesome but totally different Discord. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.